Not a simple name for a video game. Slaves to Armagh, God of Blood, Chapter 2, Dwarf Fortress. Histories of Gluttony and Toil. Oh, yeah, it's not called Cannibal. Cannibal, it's called Cannibalt. Not Cannibal. Very, very different names. But we are returning to the Fortress of Mothfall. The current project in Mothfall is I've built it. I'm just waiting for a siege to show up. I want to cave in. I have a big cave-in trap to kill things, where I cave in an entire floor onto where the enemies come into the fort. So I have a way of doing this. The cave-in trap that I'm referring to is all the way down right about here. This is where the enemies will walk into the fortress, and this, oops, that's a layer down. This is what will cave in on them. So this whole layer is droppable with the pull of a lever. And the armies tend to come in this way, and they tend to hang around in this screen. But now it's just a matter of waiting for them. This is the Cavern Layer, which we can lock with another pull of a lever to lock this drawbridge. The Cavern Layers are pretty interconnected, and I'm intentionally leaving them open for intentional fun. So these two Cavern Layers are, well, things can just walk in. I guess if something super scary shows up, I could pull a lever and lock it down there. But the whole point of this fortress is to just invite fun, because, I don't know, I like fun. So that's what we're doing. The fortress itself is kind of a above ground thing. We are in this patch of land right here. Our dwarves sleep down here in this area, kind of beneath the central tavern, as well as above it. And we just finished building the roof on top of the tavern last stream. We are now working on little towers. We have a legendary climber, Black Bear, being a lookout. We just narrowly dodged a destroy the ground they fall on, by the way. Only if there's no layer beneath it. So if there is a so if you're caving something in and let's just say you're caving in a floor, right? And then there's a Z level beneath it, and then you have a 1 Z level beneath the floor underneath it. If there is like a walkway or a cave, it'll punch through and collapse both of them. But if it's just solid ground, it'll just go onto the top layer and stay. So it won't need to be cleaned up or anything. The construction goals that I have for this fortress is I want to build 3 towers. This is the second one right here that I'm building. This one's going to be kind of an enclosed dome. And then this over here is also going to be another tower. So I've got a little bridge already built around here, and we're going to start working on the enclosed dome, although I'm doing one more layer on the outside. Up top here first, and yeah, that's the fortress currently. Named dwarves are few and far between because a lot of them have died, and also almost my entire military was captured in a raid, which was on which goblin spot? Not that one. There is a goblin pit around here that most of my dwarves are captured at. Yeah, this one. Dreadful Hobble. So that's my entire military, including Star Legend God, Aquafunkalistic Booty Whap, and there was another one, I thought. Where are you? Oh yeah, Lizard Tamer, the one that killed the, what's it called? Rare creature. So that sucks. So we're gonna try and get them back. That's kind of the goals for today are get my army back and cave in that floor on baddies. That's the goal for today, or the 2 goals for today. We have quite a bit of livestock and a pretty good dog paddock, which are making tasty meals for us. And like I said, my military is kind of gone. So we get to fix that problem, which is why we only have 73 dwarves instead of like over 100. I like the approach. There is a goblin pit with my dudes here. Where? Not sure. I mean, it's been like I last played this fort on Thursday last week, so it's been almost a week. Need more recruits? Yeah, we need recruits. But the named dwarves in the fort currently are Darren, Letharticus, Stone, who also, by the way, lives in a fortress, in a section of the fortress down here all by himself, which does go all the way down to here, which he's digging out because he is a were creature. So Stone has his own fort that he's building down there, because they're a were creature. So shout outs to Stone. Also, Ast has been taking my mood, and I haven't even unpaused the game yet. Well, or rather, I only just unpaused the game. So anyway, the named dwarves of the fort currently are Stone, Pink Fluffy Llama, Mist, Aquasar, Cussy, Axon, Anander, who's a human scholar, who actually was a prisoner at one of the goblin pits that we freed. Space, Blue Space Weeb, and, no, not Blue Space Weeb, Space Pirate, who is a named Spearmaster, and, you know, has several kills, and, is quite a successful dwarf in that regard. And then Mark down here at the bottom, the dwarven child, because he wanted to be a baby, so we made him a baby. So if you would like a dwarf in this fortress, just give me a shout. Is he keeping up alone mood-wise? The were creature? No issues so far, anyway. But I'm just gonna follow this dwarf because this is what matters. Yeah, were creatures don't generally go insane because they kind of have a reset whenever they become a were creature. Any preference on job, Raz? Because we got a little bit of everything. Like, do you want to be a crafter, a farmer, military? By that I mean body bag. What do you want to be? We got a little bit of everything. You've claimed a craft dwarf shop, alrighty. Frame rate's kind of low because I am not giving an fuck at all about pathing. So there is that. So if you want just like a farmer, I can give you a planter. I could give you a legendary planter. I could give you a cook. We got cheese makers. I got potash makers, soap makers, spinners, threshers, butchers. You could be a chameleon woman, which is one of my adventurers. What do you want, Raz? I got lots of variety. It's the reality here. Potash maker? You want to be a potash maker? Okay. Irvad, a.k.a. Razalem. I think I spelled that right. R-A-Z-I-A-L-E-M. Yep, that checks out. Oops. Don't hit escape. Irvad. I-A-L-E-M. You have no family, and you worship Nokar Fountain Clean, the birth of yearlings, which is the deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with birth, rebirth, and, of course, naturally, death. You have no friends, just a few acquaintances, but you're quite happy, although you were restless after being left to rest and being able to rest and recuperate after an injury, and you're blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. And within the last season, while performing, you felt fondness while making an acquaintance. You're 62 years old, born on the 25th of Galena in the year 116. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and he has very long hair, which is braided. He is average in size, and his lips are thick. He has a prominent chin, and his heliotrope eyes have large irises. His nose bridge is slightly convex, and his eyebrows are somewhat high. His head is somewhat tall, and his hair is black, and his skin is dark peach. He likes borax and silver and star ruby and giant penguin tooth and doors and earrings and chains for their... Wait, what? Chains and char for their coloration. Char is in like the fish, I would guess. You like the orbs of meditating, and you prefer to consume lion tamarin, the monkey. Okay, I don't actually know how to catch or cook lion tamarin. Is that even possible? Anyway, 2-grain wheat beer, and you absolutely hate large roaches, which I agree with wholeheartedly. You personally believe that the idea of sacrificing for others should be deeply respected, and you prefer noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and you see merrymaking as a waste. And he dreams of crafting a great work of art. He frequently is depressed and is generally does not seek retribution for past wrongs. He's extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills and can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. He tries to do things correctly each time and does not go out of his way to help others. He is troubled by this because he truly respects sacrifice, and he sees and he often feels envious of others and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he doesn't seek out excitement, and he is conflicted by this as he feels intellectually that life should be tumultuous. You are a messed up dwarf, and he has a greedy streak and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Would anybody else like a dwarf, Jared? Where did that moody dwarf go? There you are. Off to a great start here, Dwarfy. But yes, this fort is very dangerous and has lots of waterfalls, which has a tendency to kill dwarves. Any preferences aside from the usual, Bastet? Any job preferences? What, like, I got a bunch of children, got some recruits, I've got some doctors, I've got some engineers, I've got some farmers, I've got crafters, I've got blacksmiths, I've got jewelers, I've got animal trappers, I've got stoneworkers, miners. No, not really? Okay. You can be a cheese maker. Making horse cheese, I think, was the last cheese that we made in this fort. Welcome. She is blissful after sleeping in a very good bedroom. The only bad feeling you have in your thoughts is you felt bitter after getting into an argument. She is 76 years old, born on the 23rd of Galena in the year 102. Her hair is clean-shaven, and she has a prominent chin. She is average in size, and her slightly protruding heliotrope eyes have large irises. Her eyelashes are quite long, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. Currently in the caverns, not as bad as you thought. What? Why would you think that the caverns are bad? Securing the edges and securing a farm outside your fort. Fuck yeah, dude. One of my favorite things to do, actually, is to dig just straight down to the caverns and seal off the surface and just embark in the caverns. I love doing stuff like that. A lot of fun just to build cavern forts. Her hair is clean-shaven, and she has a prominent chin. She is average in size, and her slightly protruding heliotrope eyes have large irises. Her eyelashes are quite long, and her nose bridge is slightly convex. Her hair is black, and her skin is dark peach. She is slow to tire and likes gabbro, brass, turquoise, black bear, leather, pigtail, fabric, and bolts and rings, and the words of the musical poem, and the sight of the lacy wonders, and when possible prefers to consume saltwater crocodile, shad, and dwarven ale and 2-grain wheat flour, and absolutely hates oysters. You have one friend, which is Axon, so tell Axon that Axon is your friend, and you worship the god Alron Sosak Dural, which is, of course, a deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with jewels. So you worship the god of pretty shiny, sparkly things. She personally greatly respects individuals who persevere through their trials and labors and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and doesn't really value skills related to fighting, but dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Forms strong emotional bonds with others and at times to her detriment. That's realistic. Often feels envious of others and doesn't handle stress well. That's not good. And is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. She occasionally overindulges and isn't given to flights of fancy, and she finds helping others to be very emotionally rewarding. She has a greedy streak and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day and is somewhat focused with satisfied needs. You're an adequate cheese maker and a competent persuader. Since you want to craft thingies, I'm going to give you weaving because that's a easy craft to do. Chat, investments are open if you would like to invest your tickets. And if anybody else would like a dwarf, give me a shout, as per usual. Till then, we're going to follow that moody dwarf. Not you, but... Shout! Spitalier, what do you want? As long as you're not shouting at the devil, because that's a not great song. What kind of dwarf would you like, Spitalier? Good to see you, by the way. Long time, dude. How's your dwarf? Kidnapped. So I couldn't tell you. I'm sure you're doing just fine in the goblin stronghold that you're currently living. Fisher dwarf? I actually don't think I have any of those. I don't have a fisher dwarf, dude. Like, genuinely, I don't. Because they all join the military or get booted into a new career that's actually useful. I could give you a animal trapper. Or I could, like, give you a dwarf and assign it fishing. I could do that. Speaking of dwarves that are kidnapped, so's Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap. Your clother, then? That I can do. Ah, sob. You're a sob, Spitalier. Also, how you been, man? What have you been up to? Hopefully work's not been too busy. Make you a fisher. Make you a new fisher? Okay, well, I can assign fishing to this dwarf. She doesn't feel anything due to inebriation, and within the last season felt wonder after communing with Deller Diamondcrest the Mountainous. You worship Deller Diamondcrest the Mountainous, a deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with mountains. Kidnapped? Yeah, that's what happens when you join the military and attack the biggest goblin settlement that I thought that you guys could handle, but clearly couldn't because you handled it the 3 fights before. You're 83 years old. Born on the 11th of Sandstone in the year 95. And you worship Deller Diamondcrest. And I will give you all the fishing jobs. Her somewhat narrow heliotrope eyes have large irises. And her long hair is braided. She has a prominent chin and her ears are extremely tall. And her nose bridge is slightly convex and her hair is dark peach and her skin is slightly wrinkled. Fuck goblins. I mean, whatever you're into, I'm not here to judge. Where was I? She likes rutile electrum and yellow diamond and large rat bone in the color dark blue. Wore hammers and quivers and coins. And blue peafowls for their enormous fantails. And the sight of the embraces of lathering and when possible prefers to consume cassava beer and feather tree eggs. Ew. And you absolutely hate bark scorpions. She personally finds craft storeship to be relatively worthless and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Mood. Been up to work, mostly that, looking for a new apartment, getting new visas for the family, and undusting painting stuff and getting more massive by by the day. Usual stuff. Okay, fair enough. Undusting painting stuff, is that for like repainting the apartment so that you can move into a new apartment and your old one doesn't look like you know, the normal X amount of years of living hit it? Because I'm not looking forward to moving out of this apartment in because I'll probably live here for another year after this current year, but not looking forward to having to repaint this apartment when I finally move. Anyway, she never fails to fall in love or develop positive feelings towards anything. She never falls in love or develops positive feelings towards anything and does everything in her power to avoid excitement and stress. Well, I guess that's why you're a fishing dwarf. And she is impolite and inconsiderate of property and currently more rude. But, you know, Spitalier, it's a good thing that you wanted to be a fisher dwarf, because this dwarf needs to be, first line of defense to the enemy. This dwarf's an ass. Not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, and tends to make a small mess of her own possessions. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and rarely is happy or enthusiastic, and is conflicted by this, and she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and she is quick to anger, and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and finds obligations confining, though she values the concept of loyalty, and is troubled by this as her natural tendencies. She can handle stress and has a greedy streak, and can sometimes act without deliberation. And she occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand, and she chews her cheek when she's angry and needs alcohol to get through the working day, damn straight, and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Oh, for some models, I get you. Bellinair actually tweeted out a Gundam that he built and put on a little diorama recently, and it made me think, because of the diorama that he put it on, I was like, man, someone needs to put a Gundam at the bottom of a fish tank. Landlord wants to sell. Oh, boo! And you were in the way, but the contract runs out in June as the end, and in June you will be away for 2 months to Iraq. What, for work stuff? Oh my god. That sucks. That's like that's my biggest fear actually is like because like our housing market's kind of at peak right now, so people who are selling to like cash out and get out basically. And every time I ask the company that manages my building, they're always like, well, we don't want to sell. I mean, we're not interested in selling. We just want to keep this as passive income. And every time I'm like, I ask them, I'm like, are they gonna want to sell this? And every time it's like, nope. So I get to stay another year, so take it while it lasts. Patelier, thank you very much for gifting out a sub to the channel. As always, for the ongoing support. Cheers, dude. You fucking mad lad. But, yeah. It's, weird times. Rent is dropping around here, though, so as the expo ended last week, so you assume all 6 months, in about 6 months, all apartments will be 25% less worth. Are they not doing the expo again? Because I thought that was just an annual thing. But, You killed some troglodytes? Oh no, what'd the trogs do? Did they try to punch somebody? Is it possible to make caveman meat? So, assuming you're referring to troglodytes. Troglodytes are sentient. Dwarves don't eat sentient/intelligent creatures. Which is why you can't butcher giants. It's why you can't butcher ettins. It's why you can't butcher elves. It's why you can't butcher troglodytes. It's why you can't butcher animal people. If you want, you can go into your raws and change it so that you can, and then cook them and then eat them. But, no. Forgotten beasts aren't sentient. Well, they're not intelligent. They're like wild animals. So, like, a forgotten beast is like a dog or a horse, whereas a troglodyte is like is practically just a person. They just don't have factions, basically. They don't have extremely developed culture, but they live in families, and they're like super intelligent proto-humans, basically. Yeah, dwarves have morals, and one of their morals is they will not eat sentience. And even elves, like, elves will eat enemies and their own that have died in battle as a ceremonial thing, but they won't eat sentient creatures outside of that. So for them, it's like a religious ceremony thing. Not too dissimilar from humans. All right, we're gonna follow this guy, who's our strange mood, who I think just grabbed silver? Yeah, silver. Ooh. We might go down to the 3rd Cavern Layer today, too. But yeah, the whole goal for this fort is to build a kind of a military base slash pickup slash drop-off point for adventurers. Ramadan started 2 days ago. But in the last 4 years, no one really cares anymore. Restaurants serves public food and drink, and bars are open. Workers get no months off. Oh no, I saw a post about Ramadan the other day, which kind of made me chuckle. It was a clip from a streamer that I watch sometimes, and the clip basically was he's like, Ramadan is like the month where all of the God Lore dropped, so it would be like if Vati Vidya released all of the Dark Souls lore in 1 month instead of like in 15-minute videos every 3 months. Can you sell wild animals in cages to caravans? Yes. But they need to at the very least be tamed. Otherwise, they will attack the caravan. Because selling... So it's a weird thing. If you have a wild animal in a cage, you sell the cage to the caravan with the animal in it. You don't sell the animal. So if you sell a wild animal the wild animal will come out of the cage when the trading is complete, and then they'll kill it. If you sell a tame animal, it'll just stay in the cage. But the value of the cage goes up depending on the animal that's in it. So you have to, at the very least, tame it temporarily to sell it. Otherwise, it will, like, break out and attack them. So if you're going to sell a cage with an animal in it, just train it, and you'll be fine. Because it'll train for a couple months, and then you can sell it. Usually what I do is I just butcher them. I don't generally worry about that. Oh, no early work today for training purposes, pilot guy? Well, you have a good day at work, and take care of yourself, sir. That was a quick save. Wow. Some of this one takes longer to save. Honestly, with troglodytes, your best bet, if you don't want to kill them, is just construct the cage at the edge of the map, and then just release them. And they'll just leave the map, usually. Troglodytes are pretty peaceful. Like, they can get a little curmudgeonly if you are encroaching on their space, but they usually just want to leave the map. Well, it's because you're moving into the caves, Star Legend God. Star Legend God, would you be peaceful if a bunch of dwarves dug through your ceiling and started setting up shop in your living room? I can't export shields, okay. Wipe them off the face of the cave? Well, yeah, you moved into their home, so obviously they're not going to be friendly to you. I wouldn't be friendly to you either if you moved into my home. Hey! Speaking of things that I've been waiting for. That's what I've been waiting for. You had a bug once which let you sell a caged dwarf to merchants? I mean, if that dwarf was neutral to you, then yeah. Because you're only able to sell neutral entities in cages. Fun has arrived. I need to remember what lever does what. Which I was about to test, but the problem here is I still have this dwarf that's making an artifact. Where were they a second ago? I wasn't looking at the game. Because if they're not in the burrow, and I turn the burrow on, it's going to make them go berserk. So hold on. So a Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. Is that a troll? That's a hammer troll. Look at that. Freaking hammer troll. Who's attacking? I'm assuming it's the normal. But we can check. So those little arrows signify that there is an inscription or an image on this cap. So let's take a peek. It is a superiorly designed image of two prickleberries, the symbol of the hate of praises. All right. It is made from bobcat bone. Interesting. So there's a bobcat bone inscription on that. Where was that dwarf at? All right. Dwarf, I need you to get inside. Shit. Well, I feel kind of bad, but I gotta turn this burrow on, dude. Also, I'm gonna go down here and just add this area down here to the burrow so that stone can dig. Yeah, well, this is what it is. Although he's turning around. Okay. It didn't cancel his work, which is good. All right, so they're still all piling in. I'm going to turn off this squad, and I'm going to turn off that squad. The goblins are coming. I'm going to wait for Strange Mood Dwarf to get in here, and then we pull that lever down here, which is the front door. Thunk. Whoomp. Sweet. All right, so the door is now locked. I don't know what That was your wait. Did you want to be the strange mood dwarf, Tygo? I could give him to you if you want him. Let's see what he needs though, if we can make it available for him. You have silver bars, sheep's wool cloth, rough zircon, silver bars, limewood logs, and you claim to need rough color, cloth thread, leather skin, tree life, metal bars, rough color. Right, seems like you need another gem. But there should be a gem right there. We'll figure it out after the siege if you're still alive. All right, so what we need is we need them to run down to here. I'm sorry, what? There's an elk bird full of bolts right there. Well, the lever that we need to pull, that one locks the door. But the lever that we need to pull is... Oh, hey, it's our temple. I totally forgot about that. The lever that we need to pull is... Where exactly? Where did I put this fucking lever? I want to say that I put it right there. Yes. That's the one that we need to pull. That should be the cave-in lever. Like 90%. I didn't name any of my levers because I'm intelligent. Do you ever just like go, I'll remember, and then you don't? Because that's me right now. So let's hope that that's the right lever. I mean, what could possibly go wrong, right? I only have so many levers in this fortress, so now we wait. Until they all get inside of the fort. All these goblins. Doesn't actually look that bad, though. I mean, yeah, there's only 135 of them. And that's including beak dogs and trolls. Well, it's not actually that bad. Well, there's what, like 100 of them? So we just need an approximate majority of them to be on top of the... Or right underneath that floor, and then we just pull the lever, cronk, and let them go smash. I'm gonna just turn off job cancellations because there's gonna be a lot of them for next little bit. Divide and conquer? Just divide 70 off of them and we're good. Also, if anybody feels generous, Awkward deserves a sub. Same. Troops for the win? What army? They all got captured. Like less than a season, like literally 5 minutes before I ended the playthrough last time. And maybe a week has passed since I started playing. Like, you were here when I was talking about this, but where's my army? There. Also, the population of that skyrocketed. Oh, also there. Hold on a second, what? Why is Lizard Tamer up here now? They moved they can do that? Because we attacked this. Thank you much for the $4.99. Hire stupid. Here's man. But we attacked this spot and they were all imprisoned there. No, one dwarf came back. Star Legend God. One dwarf came back. One. Not the commander either. One dwarf came back. The whole army got kidnapped or killed. You know what's actually hilarious? Is we attacked that fortress once. No problem. Destroyed them. Killed dozens and dozens and dozens of trolls, including the commander. Attacked them again, but a commander that was in charge after we killed the commander was somehow better than the first one, and then my entire army got captured. Yeah, no, it's not an uncommon thing. It's happened to me before in other forts too. Um, it happens sometimes. If the if the tactics are superior from the enemy and they have overwhelming numbers, then yeah, that'll happen. But what's funny was the original commander was worse, but we killed the commander, so. But what's weird is normally they automatically assign the best commander that's in that fort. But yeah, so now the prisoners are in that spot that have 5,000 goblins defending it. So that's the mission of this fort now, is to free the prisoners. That is the mission of this fort. You finally found some time to join. What's up, Kravicus? Jack, can I get a round of beers for Ire Stupid, who's like single-handedly funding the stream today? Gifting 3 subs and $11.99 in bits. Do I think I'll be able to free your dwarf? Maybe? Thanks for the penny, man. Cheers. I don't really have an honest answer for you. Maybe is my answer. One thing I do know is I will be able to flatten at least one of these goblins. Where was this one connected to? I don't really want them to go running into the caverns. I connected that to the run. Well, we'll just lock this door and hope that they don't run in there. I mean, the trolls will, but the trolls are at the back, so that's fine. You're gonna take a nap time? Right before the fight? Come on! You gotta hang out at least until the fighting is over. At least watch me flatten an army of goblins. Did that troll just... One of the goblins just, like, jumped over a few of the goblins in front of it. Good morning. Perfect timing, Taylor. You're just in time to watch a troll punch an elkbird into the water? That poor elkbird. Gosh. We're gonna have to fight some of the trolls, though, because they're running ahead. All right, let's give it a moment. Goblin crossbowman was fighting with a boulder. Look at all of that blood in the water. All of that red is blood, and that's all elkbird blood, I think. Yeah, it's all elkbird blood. These dwarves fell in here a while ago. Don't worry about them. This is all elkbird blood. From that elkbird that fell in there. Damn. Right. You're gonna wait until this guy right here is up in the middle of this, and then I will give the order to drop the stuff on the guys here. Hopefully, it all goes according to plan. One can only hope. Chat, on a scale from 1 to 10, how successful do you think that this trap is going to be? I've never made a cave-in trap like this before. Pull the lever, dwarf. 8, 7. I mean, it better be, because I have no military, so. If it's not successful, then we're all screwed. Oh, hey, Captain of the Guard's pulling the lever. How fitting. Letharticus. 5.6.3? Okay. 5.63. Okay. Oh, come on, dwarf. Just there. Go over to the thing. Okay. How's that? Moving the game forward by... well... It's just more sudden than I was expecting for some reason. Splat. Yeah, that's one way to put it. Well, the siege is still going. I think it's safe to say that that worked. Look at that. The floor's all smooth now. Neat. Well, the siege is still going. So I won't say that that wasn't a success, because that was definitely a success. But the siege is still going. So we didn't get enough of them. I love it, though. Let's jump over to my dwarfs real quick and pull the other lever. Let's lock them out. We're gonna reset that lever. How neat! That is maybe the silliest trap I've built in a while. We gotta pull this lever because need to. What's actually even funnier is this lever is also going to lock the caverns, which is going to lock a bunch of the goblins in the caverns. Yeah, I didn't wait long enough. But it does look like they are more interested in running down into the caverns than they are in, like, fighting. So we locked a bunch of them in the caverns just now. And also, let's see, did we? Sweet, yeah, we're good. I can turn this off. Well, let's see how our strange moody dwarf here is doing. Oh, hey, we got some peasants. Oh, never mind. There. Let's just make the military train again. And what other dwarves we have? Also, Lake Bear, it's good to see you. Hope you're doing well. You go join the military. How about, actually, no, the siege is over, by the way. The siege is over. The only issue is some of them are locked underground. I guess I need to unlock them. So I would actually say, chat room, that was a massive success. Massive success. Which means we just need to wait for them all to leave the map. And the ones that are trapped underground are also leaving, I would assume. So yeah, we just need to wait for them to leave. Fantastic. Excellent. So now we just need to set that back up again. Which is going to be this right here. This is going to be round 2 of the exact same fucking thing. So, excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Absolutely excellent. Super happy. Super goddamn happy. So we'll just wait for the last of the invaders to leave, and then we can do this again.
Whoa, dude, yeah, fuck yeah, dude. That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Awesome. I'm just so happy with how sudden that was. That was fantastic. I think Cereal's comment on that, just splat, is like, yes, very, very cool. Very, very, very cool. Whew. Super happy. So, now we just need to set it up so that it does that again. Goblin Axeman is leaving off the map, and cool. So now that all of that is done, I'm going to open this. I'm going to open this and also go down here, and then I'm going to read Kravicus's word story, and then I'm going to go check my blood sugar because my body feels kind of weird. This exact moment. So, give me a second. Where was I? All right, then. We have a consensus. Reality is cheese. Gambling in Reno may result in loss of face. How is your mom today? She went somewhere. Maybe to buy something. Milk-flavored artillery shoots new custard bombs. Oh, the sheep, she are seldom sleeping, but the cows became narcoleptic. Water daughter hurdle the turtle. How? Now, actually. Viking kittens explode, sadly cover faces with sunflowers. Driving home from sweet pods of roundness might get eaten by a goblin. Platinum coins are golden, while the gold flasks contains liquid dollops of gravy. Help. You guys can follow that dwarf that's on a strange mood, who somehow isn't dead yet. I was expecting to go nuts, but is still doing strange moody things. Why would you want to know my thoughts on a thing that's been happening for about 2.5 years? This isn't a recent thing, Starlord Legend. Wogarden, what up? Good to see you. You guys can follow this dwarf. I will be back in a moment. Cook is fighting with a troll. Where is this troll? It's fine. This troll left. Yeah, I don't understand why that's a recent thing that you would give a shit on my thoughts on. They're probably identical to yours, Star Legend God. And also not a fun subject and also a subject that I'm very much tired about talking about. So I will be back in a second. No, I haven't played Elden Ring, and no, I'm not going to play Elden Ring. All right. Literally have no interest. And anyway, our craft store here, workshop, occupied by the Strange Mood Doctor, has giraffe leather, sheep's wool cloth, rough clear zircons, silver bars, sheep's wool cloth, rough clear zircons, silver bars, round lime logs, date palm logs. How many more completely irrelevant questions do you have in your pocket? Might as well get them all out while we're all here and listening. Our legend. I mean, it's sunny today. It's always sunny on the days that I'm streaming, and not sunny on my days off. It's like I looked at the weather this week. It's like it's supposed to pour rain on my weekend. I'm like, come on, that's the day that I do grocery shopping. Why do I have to do grocery shopping in the rain? I like rain, but it's like rain on days that I don't need to go outside. Not the days that I need to go outside. Stone has finished, or has transformed back into a dwarf from a were-lizard. Speaking of, let's check in on her. Who is back to picking up equipment and back to... Okay there. Create any reports? No, it really didn't, actually. I mean... The reports are literally just, like, collides with obstacle. But you gotta ask that earlier. But yeah, it would literally just be collides with obstacle, item is crushed, collides with obstacle. But since we did the Great Splat, numero uno, we gotta prep for number 2. The way we're gonna do that is this. But yeah, crushing things with objects is the most boring combat log you'll get, so that's much. As long as there's like spaces in between some of these, doesn't really matter. I guess the question about have you played Elden Ring is, some people have played Dark Souls before and have come to terms with the fact that they don't like From Software's game design. I get the exact same feeling of discovery from roguelikes. I'm happy that there's a game that actually has a decent sense of discovery that other human beings can discover, but I don't like the way the camera in FromSoft games feel, and they're about the least accessible to visually impaired people that you could possibly get, so I have absolutely no interest in playing FromSoft games. And I probably won't ever play it. My recommendation is if you want to play Elden Ring, play it yourself. Because I will never play that game. I would rather play literally anything else in existence. Carrying that. What do you require? I'll live. Gotta keep an eye on these channels so that we don't accidentally cause screw-ups. As long as there isn't a lot of dwarves digging. Yeah, I don't ever want to play another FromSoft game. I played Dark Souls and or a portion of Dark Souls until I just kind of came to terms with like, man, I would love this game if they actually made it accessible for visually impaired people, which they haven't done. So games that require hand-eye coordination and visual coordination is not something that I enjoy. Not a fun format of difficulty, and never, ever, ever will be. The heck? Oh. Okay, well, that's fine. I get to fix that. Meanwhile, Ass, the doctor that was in a strange mood, has created Nethoctodor, a date palm wood bracelet, which is not helpful, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Shortast Knife Gates. Why are you stabbing all them gates? And also to scroll back a little higher in your irrelevant questions that I don't care to answer, my thoughts on NFT, go watch Folding Ideas video on it. I just couldn't care less to continue talking about the same subject day after day. 96,000 Zethal is the value of Balanced Dawns, and it is a date palm wood bracelet. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It's encrusted with point-cut clear zircons and decorated with date palm wood and sheep's wool. and encircled with bands of silver and sheep's wool, and round, brilliant, cut, clear zircons. This object menaces with spikes of round lime wood and silver giraffe leather. Silver and giraffe leather. I missed the last and. That sounded weird without the last and. Morning, Squirrely. How are you? Sorry, I was just DMing somebody. Ah, there we go. But, God. Brain function, please. Uh-oh. Game, do you want to give me a break for 10 seconds? Huge three-eyed coyote. Damn, that's like something out of, like... What's it called? It's like a not coyote. Forgotten Beast. Set neck. Set neck. I really like it when people reset my neck after I've slept funny. How am I today? At this precise moment, I feel like I'm going to die, but that's because of diabetes. I'm alive, though. Doing okay. So we just had an invasion, and now we're dealing with this. And my brain's not functioning straight. So... A huge three-eyed coyote has come. It has a broad shell, and it appears to be emaciated, like most coyotes. And it has, its taupe gray hair is short and even. Beware its poisonous nom-noms. It's a coyote turtle with 3 eyes. Nah, I'll be fine. Give it like 20 minutes. Low blood sugar just makes your brain not function. I just ate a handful of dried raisins, so that'll fix it. Your personal record is 6 neck cracks. My neck doesn't crack, which is like a pain. Like I try, but so I just like stretch it. But the set neck. That's like probably a chiropractor's procedure. It's that capital C that's right underneath my can. It's right. This fucking thing right here. So I think if I pull a lever, I can stop it. But are there any dwarves in the caverns? That's the question. No units nearby? Well, that's good. All right, boys, lock the caverns, because I don't have enough military to fight this fucking thing. That lever is right there. Pull it. Stat, please. But we have this this guy, right down here. Which Is any bastard pulling the lever? Yep, you're pulling the lever. Just go pull. Just don't leave her anywhere weird. Just pull it. Which is that. Done. Perfect. Okay. So now if there's any dwarves in the caverns, they're gonna have a rough night. Best way to put that. Chat, how do we explain this one to Bastet? Well, anyway, you guys can tell her, not me, okay? So we're gonna just, like, give her an engraved slap, I guess. So you're like my dad. Oh, they'll figure it out later. It's fine. They'll be like, where'd she go? Weird. You guys get to tell her. For reference to anybody just tuning in, we literally just named that dwarf. Let's just hang out with our friendly local were creature who is in quarantine. Uh-oh. What? Why is there so many dwarves down here? God damn it, you morons. So there's also Locum Aban, the tavern keeper. Apparently has killed a troglodyte before. Are you wielding anything? You have an iron pick. Get him! Get him! Wow, all that dodging. Damn. I'm very impressed. This dwarf is like... doing work. You hate werebeasts? Vampires are fun. I like vampires. Vampires turn into like a little whodunit. And, ooh, ow, that looked painful. And we were fortunate enough to actually, see that dwarf become a were creature. So because we were fortunate enough to see that dwarf become a were creature, I knew exactly where he was. So we just, you know, dealt with it immediately. By that, I mean, we gave him his own section of the fort. He's completely quarantined and locked off from the rest of the fortress. So, is what it is. There isn't too much else we can do. Actually, you know what? Instead of doing this, let's just go here and build a wall along the back here. And I have one lever that we need to hook up. This should just be fine, right? I haven't actually channeled in front of it. And then we just need to channel out what's in front of this and then hook up a lever to this pillar. So we'll just jump back up to the top layer, which is here. And I will stop hitting the wrong button eventually. And then you can be the chat. What do we draw? What do we call the layer that we cave in zone lever? Thank you for the information that nobody cared about, Krabicus. Cheers. Zonesy Cave? Splat Zone? Splash Zone? Splash Zone. That's what I'm calling it. Splat Zone. Splat Zone. So this is going to be hooked up to this, which is behind my camera, right? I don't have enough mechanisms. God damn it. All right, well, let's queue up some mechanisms. Mech. Rock. 5. That'll do. Pull for splat. Pull for splat. So essentially, once I'm done with this, when we pull this lever, it will cave in here and replicate what we just did, which is move all of this layer down to here, which equals head smash and rockfall? Like head smash and buffalo jump? The good shit. We'll also go grab this conglomerate floor grate because we're gonna need that. And yeah, and then we can prep another one up here afterwards. Fortunately, like this setup time's real quick. Forgotten Beast fights with Elkbird. Poor Elkbird. And also, now that we have that Forgotten Beast down there, when the next siege shows up, they also get to deal with the Forgotten Beast for us. You know, people may ask a lot. I looked it up yesterday and you only found some ugly ones. There you go. Click that and it'll download it for you. It's a modified version of Krug Smashes. So I got my artist to make some adjustments to this thing. And now I have V, F, and C in my chat because I was trying to play Dwarf Fortress without having back in. Okay, you're fighting with another Elkbird. You're just fine. But I like this one, and another one that I really like is Humble. It's the one I'd use if I didn't use this one. Just let me grab it for you. Humble Classic. This one. It's basically just like a really soft ASCII, basically. This. Yeah. Looks like this. You can use whatever colors you want, but their colors make it look like this. It's just really smooth. I like the look of this one. This is another nice one. But, whoop. There we go. This is what this one looks like when played. Although I'm not a fan of the colors they use for it. It's a little harsh on my eyes, but... I don't know what to call you. Well, people on the internet call me blind, but my name's Greg. You can go with whatever. I respond to a lot of things. I have a habit of responding to idiot with the face, which is what people used to call me back in high school, but because apparently other people don't have faces. So I was guy with the face for years. Blind? I mean, if you call me Glind, I will just look at you funny and ask you why you typoed my name. Cravicus. I mean, that would be like me calling you, like... Nabicus. Or Blabicus. Or Mimicus. Or... K. Rabidicus. I don't even. Blind feels weird. Well, I am legally blind. The username is accurate because this eye doesn't work and I have severe tunnel vision and coloboma of the retina and the iris in both eyes. Oh, there we go. They figured out that they are lost, so we can engrave. Before I forget. Perfect. I should have slabs. So it is actually not inaccurate because I am legally blind. But yeah, it's also understandable. So I know some people who I've like met at conventions who are like, what's your name? I don't want to call you blind because I feel like I'm insulting you. It's like, well, you're not wrong, but also it's not wrong, so. The username started off as self-deprecating humor, which is not inaccurate, and then it just kind of stuck after a while. Yeah, we're engraving them memorials for those two poor bastards that died. Yeah, you can call me Greg. Half my chat calls me Greg. Well, some people in my chat call me Greg. No, I don't care. Doesn't really matter to me. I'm not one of those people who's like, if you call me by my real name, I'll threaten you with something because you're doxing me, which is not true. But if you dig, it's not hard to find my real name, so I don't really care. I'm one of those people who's like this far away from just changing my name to my real name on Twitter. So. Your name starts with M? You're Mimicus now, Cravicus. Congratulations. And you can call me Glind, and I will just look at you really funny when you call me Glind. Because Glind is like one letter away from a cleaning product brand. So you're practically just calling me a cleaning product. Which is very inaccurate because I'm anything but clean. We're very crass here. You should just call me like Curse IRL or something. I don't know. Cursey. Cursey? Cursey. No, don't do that. I don't know. Anyway, look at this rat. It's cute. Because, you know, you have to play Dwarf Fortress with a mouse, right? Nobody does that. That'd be ridiculous. What was I talking about? Dwarves, right. So we are rebuilding that cave-in thing so that we can do that again. Because that's the problem with caving in a whole layer as your defense mechanism is you only have one shot. And the first one hit, so pretty good. And this is our second shot. We are very crass here. I mean, someone's got to say it. If it's not me, it will. Okay, well, you know what? Fuck it. And then this side, it's everything except for that one piece that goes there. It's going to be cut down. Otherwise, this is going to be inaccessible. Floor grate. Going to go right there. Cursey. See, there is actually somebody who goes by Cussy who frequents this chat, Cravicus, so then you'd just be referring to Cussy. When I mention you, Elsa, you just refer to me as Blindy, the Rocket League streamer. So, like, that's like my favorite piece of Blind IRL lore is the... Initially, everybody was just like when I first started going to conventions and like trying to make this into a job, it was a, what's your name stand for? Because no one knew what it was. And then Twitch made the IRL category, and then everybody assumed I was an IRL streamer. So whenever I'd run into people, they'd be like, oh, you stream IRL. It's like, no, actually, I've just had this username longer than the directory has existed. And then they renamed the IRL category to just chatting, and then Rocket League got really popular. And then everybody assumed that the RL in my name was Rocket League, which is a game I've played for like 30 minutes. So yes, I'm definitely a professional Rocket League player, because all those Rocket League players were like, I'm gonna put RL in my username, because it's always a great idea to put the game that you play the most into your username. By that logic, my username would probably still be Blind Roller Coaster Tycoon. Blind RT? That checks out. Although then that would be like way too Russian propaganda-y sounding, so that's also not great. I don't know. Don't name yourself after the game you play because you might not play that game forever. It's bad branding. Don't do it. Nobody's fallen yet? How the fuck? Okay. Of course. Of course. Well done. Ineth. Okay. I guess we will build a piece of flooring to get you out of here and then, like, build a wall there. Blind RCT, LL. Oh, yeah, definitely Loopy Landscapes, yes. Don't forget about Loopy Landscapes, the best expansion for Roller Coaster Tycoon. Because, you know, one of the things that I'm looking forward to about Dwarf Fortress coming out on Steam is when that finally happens and I can start cranking my hour count up on that. If I open up my games on Steam, Roller Coaster Tycoon will finally be dethroned. Same with this, and I can get Planet Coaster out of my top 3. Although I could just, like, keep idling in Cookie Clicker. I haven't played Cookie Clicker in a couple weeks, so, like, you know, we could, like, speed that process up, but... Blind Elite? No! Never. 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 I do like Elite, but not that much. Oh, hey, poor Elkbird. That Elkbird just got scratched in the neck, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Hold on a second. Forgotten Beast scratches the Elkbird in the neck, and the severed part sails off an arc. Is it the neck that's sailing off in an arc? Or is it the head that's sailing off in an arc? Because, like, it's the severed part, so the neck was severed. I'm imagining that, like, all of the skin from the neck has been flung off, but the head is still attached somehow. It's probably how that works. Crussy? Well, Cussy is already a member of this chat, so I will not take the nickname Cussy. Nearly headless Nick? Kind of, yeah, I guess. But, like, I don't know. I haven't thought about nearly headless Nick in a long time. At least in the Dwarf Fortress context, I would imagine all of the skin got knocked off, but all of, like, the innards are still there. So the skin got sailed off in an arc. You come over here, we'll build a wall where you're standing, and then we'll just delete this flooring. That's a lot of miasma from the things that we flattened previously. Can you, yeah, there you go. Go drink. Perfect. You could just call me Greg. Or Gregory Krabicus. You don't have to rethink this too hard. But if you call me Glind, I will just be very confused. I mean, you can call me blind. If you call me Glend, I will just look at you really funny. You know there's other Canadian Gregs, right, Aqua? I love how this is, like, started this, like, very strange, like, ongoing conversation of what to refer to me as. It just... I don't know. Don't think about it too hard. Have they made those, Yes, they have. Perfect. Jump up here. Go back into here and go to the big old splat zone lever and connect that to the pillar. What are you talking about? Because you've lost me there, man. All right, my chameleon person is dropping this. Hey, migrants! Excellent. Cannon fodder. Dreams of mastering a skill, becomes angry, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. Also, if anybody wants a dwarf, shout, of course. Seeks out exciting and adventurous situations and likes to do things correctly. And you've got a battle axe. Congratulations, you're now my military commander, Stukos. And, ooh, you have a pet goat. You have a pet goat. Well, hopefully that goat survives. You also dream of mastering a skill, is driven by a bouncing frenetic kinetic energy, is often sad and dejected, just like me, falls in love and develops positive feelings, and likes to cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind. Get in the military. I need more of you. Because my entire army got kidnapped, so... Tense and jittery. Well, that's not good. Can handle stress. Perfect. You can be my second squad. Also, as always, if anybody else wants a dwarf, we've got literally one of everything if you want somebody. Except for a legendary Gelder. Or Beekeeper. I don't have either of those. Got most other things, though. Or a Clerk. Any skills? Proficient Record Keeper and Legendary Student. Grandmaster Astronomer, excuse me? Why? What value is that to anybody? 120 years art. Uh-huh. Hair is gray with flecks of black. Uh-huh. Dwarf you? What kind of dwarf do you want? Somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Well, you know what? You can go be a librarian then. Scholar in the House of Knives, my library. The House of Knives. A dwarfy one? Gonna need to be a little bit more specific than that. Brave in the face of imminent danger. I'm literally just looking for military recruits right now, so. Are there any fishermen? We had this conversation earlier, and no, because fishing is like almost as illegal as ketchup, so. Although I did just assign a fisher dwarf for Battalier specifically, because he asked for one. Has an active imagination and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Although if any fisher dwarves show up, I can give you one, Aegis. I just don't like fisher dwarves because they tend to hang too far out of the fort and they tend to just die. Especially in these waterfall forts. It's a very small migrant wave. Come on. Better than that. Gosling full, goat kid. Apparently I have a giant rat and an elk bird and all in cages. I will stick with Cravicus. And if you want a dwarfy dwarf, I'll give you a dwarfy dwarf. Here's a weaponsmith named Shem. And Shem, aka Cravicus, has no friends, just passing acquaintances, and you worship the god Imaz, the defensive, a deity of the Crimson Pulley, most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with law. You worship the Lady Dwarf of Law. She is blissful after sleeping in a great bedroom and enraptured when communing with your god. You are afraid after experiencing trauma and afraid after experiencing trauma and reliving trauma. Well, that's not good. Hopefully you get over that. She dreams of mastering a skill and doesn't generally think before acting. That just described Cravicus. For those of you who don't know, Cravicus has a habit of dropping like 200 memes at a time in my Discord, and I have to go and delete half of them because half of them like break my Discord's rules. And every time I'm like, dude, can you not post memes about... And then he goes, okay, and then does it again next week, and I don't know why I haven't banned him from the Discord yet. Anyway, doesn't generally think before acting and is off and actively avoids stressful situations, is likely to present herself boldly, even if it was and would offend the average sense of modesty, just like Kravicus's meme posting, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, and occasionally overindulges, and can handle stress. Wait, hold on a second, but you avoid stressful situations. Okay, interesting. She has a greedy streak and speaks very deliberately when she's annoyed, and always has a deep breath whenever she's surprised, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't mind, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. That's something that I do. Speak very deliberately when annoyed, because I do that. Hi, Lilo-san. What up? Not banning assholes quickly? I ban assholes very quickly when they annoy me. Kravicus just doesn't annoy me. But when people annoy me, they get removed from existence very quickly. Very, very, very quickly. Like that person yesterday that tried to justify bigotry by saying it's pretend. What? Can't do that. Sorry. Yeah, that was kind of my response too. After, like, you know, a brief scolding, it was just get out of my chat, thanks. I mean, being an amusing asshole is wonderful. That's what I am on the day-to-day. I'm an asshole. I'm just amusing while I'm doing it. I'm mean to people, but I'm funny, so it's fine. Wait. Don't even worry about it. Don't even worry about it. Gaff. It was a very interesting discussion, I'll put it that way. All right, I got to place or add on to my very, very long line of slabs. All of these, all the way along here.
To alleviate the suffering of those dwarfs. Great to see you continue the talks with the by the way. 0.000222892 BTC.
It's very funny listening to the French lady read BDC. Thank you. To alleviate the suffering of those dwarves, thanks for the $10. $10.03 specifically. And great to see you continue those talks with devs, by the way. Yeah, those aren't ever going to stop. They're just time-consuming and require a lot of knowledge on my end in order to do them properly. I could just, like, crank them out if I wanted to just do dumb shit. Why? Because Blog wanted to type in French, and I've been too lazy to, like, change it back to English, and I think it's hilarious. So, the hell was that? Text-to-speech lady with a very, very thick French accent. Canadian French, Quebec specifically, which is different than France French. So, yes. That's what that was. And that was $10.03 in Bitcoin donated by Lilo-san. Thank you very much. Cheers. We've slaughtered a giant rat, which is good. Supposedly supposed to be planting plump helmets, but they haven't done that. What was I actually working on? Because, like, that trap's pretty much good to go again. Just double check. What do I still need to do? Okay, I need to knock out that floor piece, basically. Yeah, it's good to go again. Non-native people think French sounds? Well, I mean, would you prefer I set it to Finnish? Because that also sounds equally hilarious. The Finnish one is very funny. It's like and then it's done. I don't know. I read the text-to-speech things out anyway, so it doesn't matter. I just think it sounds hilarious, so I keep it. But if people want me to get rid of it, I'll get rid of it. Bits are in English, so. I don't know. I've swapped it to various different languages before. They're always very funny. So once we have demolished that, this whole area is set to fall, supported by this one pillar. And then when that lever is pulled, the whole thing's just going to go funk and fall down. Which will turn the baddies invading us from baddies invading us into pancakes, which are delicious. So then instead of having an enemy army down here, we'll just have a bunch of pancakes. Red leather, little coat. Okay, fine. I'll set it to finish. 2 seconds. But I'm only doing that for the money tips, not bits. Bits will just stay understandable. Where is it? Image, sound. So long since I've done this. Open text to speech. There it is. Her name's Chantel. There. It's set to finish, which means it'll be completely non-comprehensible the next time people tip money. Nobody will understand it. Lithuania has a really strong accent, bordering on forming another language. So when a person from a bigger country states that the accent is really hard to decipher, if I get the chance to compare this is not a strong accent and their words are the same. I listen to a Formula One podcast, which sometimes has a Welsh lady on it. And the running joke is nobody can pronounce her last name, and also nobody can understand what she's saying, which I always feel bad about because she speaks English. But holy fuck, the Welsh have a thick accent. It's just like, I can't, I can understand her, but it always takes me 5 minutes of rewinding to rewire my brain to pay attention to what she's saying whenever she talks. Her accent's beautiful sounding, but my God, sometimes it's I'm sorry, what did you just say? Pardon me? The only time I get really bad about that. Also, look at all this lovely goblin armor we get to equip. Lovely. Let's grab... You're a soap maker. We're not making a lot of soap. How do you feel about life? You dream of seeing the great natural places of the world. Is shameless and absolutely unfazed by the thoughts of others. Prefers to keep his own counsel. Is often strayed by emotional appeals. Can you handle stress? I was often nervous. Uh-oh. Sense of duty. That's good. Cracks his knuckles. Oh, yeah, you'll be fine. Please join the military. All right. Well, we've got one full squad now. Also, hello, Dawn of Minstrel. I don't believe I said hi to you. Oh, hi. You're doing well. Rooms raising family scars. Yeah, you'll be fine. Back to work. You'll be back. Alrighty. Have a good day at work. Or good time at the time of work that you're going to do until you come back. Right? On to bed. Alright, so we need to get back to actually constructing things. And the thing that we're constructing in this fort is this. I'm putting an extra wall piece onto this because we kind of got invaded. This was all granite, right? Yeah. The discussion between Lithuanian should be considered a new language or just a really strong accent / dialect. Well, I don't know if Pack is lurking, so I don't want to call him out. I don't understand shit that most people from Newfoundland are saying. So whenever there's Newfies in a voice call with me, it's again, I have to rewire my brain and think really carefully about what they're saying. Oh, just did the little blip half vibrate. What the fuck? Great, it's supposed to rain. Cool, thank you, phone. What? Oh, okay. They were fighting with a vulture. I was like, why are my dwarves fighting? What you'd need to play vinyl competently? Nothing. You know what you need to play vinyl competently, Athros? A frame. Slide it into the frame and put it on your wall and treat it as an art piece. You don't actually have to play vinyl to enjoy vinyl. Like, yes, you could buy a record player like this one and go full head over heels into the hobby and be like, we like me, and spend money on records and go record store diving. But if you're not interested in getting into the hobby and you just want to own 1 or 2 records, just frame them and put them on your wall. That was what I was planning to do before, like, I ended up in a situation where I could actually, like, feasibly get myself a record setup. Now I own 2 record players, and it's a wonderful hobby. But it's something that you have to, like, dedicate headspace and floor space and time to. And not everybody has that. Unless you want to get into the hobby, in which case, let me know and I'll tell you a record player you should buy. Because you should very clearly get a U-Turn Orbit or a Fluence RT81. Don't get an Audio-Technica. You were lazy earlier, and they can speak normal Lithuanian with an accent, so they can speak and mix Lithuanian by mixing their words. Oh, is this sort of like how people who speak German fluently can sort of understand the Dutch, and the Dutch can sort of understand Germans, but not, like, perfectly? U-Turn is really good, especially if you already have speakers. U-Turn is one that I always recommend to people. Like, if I were to buy a new record player, I'd probably get one from U-Turn, but my daily driver is my Antique, and then I wanted to buy one from a Canadian company, so I got the Fluence. But also I wanted to get a Fluence just because I wanted to see if they were any good. So I kind of bought that as, like, an experiment to see if I could recommend it, and it's not bad, it's fine, but it's not great. Claim it to be a new language? Yeah, I don't know. I know very little about Lithuania, to be honest with you. You're my entire knowledge base of Lithuanian culture and language, Kravicus. So as far as I can tell, Lithuania is a bunch of goddamn meme lords who study way too much. But that's with a knowledge base of 1 person. So not exactly a very wide swath of knowledge. So I would say I know almost nothing about Lithuania. Actually, that's not totally true. I know a YouTuber who lived in Lithuania for a little bit for school, and then he moved back to... Where was he from? Fuck, I can't remember, actually. One of the neighboring countries. Estonia? I think he was in Estonia. I think he was in Estonia. Yeah, I don't know. We require a larger sample size? Yes, at least 2. We can find a second Lithuanian, then we can have a sample size of 2 instead of a sample size of 1. At least double it. Yeah, I mean, that's a 100% increase in sample size. From a sample size of 1 to a sample size of 2. 100. Everybody loves a 100% increase in sample size. Man, those poor troglodytes getting bullied by Setnek Osganker Shagam Sutton. Not to say other Lithuanians are strong since they sometimes make up the words. I mean, I think it would also depend on how much, like, because, like, this is like, okay, so as a native English speaker and a Canadian, something that I find is that a lot of countries around Europe, accents vary depending on how much time they've spent in their country versus other countries in Europe. Like, if I didn't know that Kiri was in Austria, I wouldn't be able to tell you what country Kiri was from. Because her accent is just so mixed when I listen to her talk. Like, I would think that she was, like, born in one place and lives somewhere else, but, like, because she's lived in a bunch of different countries, it's like, I can't, like, just hearing Kiri talk, I can't tell where she's from. Because she is just sounds like a... Same with, like, FG. If FG didn't, like, speak German at me once, I would never know that she was initially from Germany because she's lived in the UK for so long, and she just sounds British to me now. So I don't know. A lot of the accents for that area just sound mixed to me because everybody's so close together. I really can't differentiate in a lot of cases. Yeah, also, I think the Cravicus is talking about dialects rather than accents. It's like the fact that the Scottish almost speak a different dialect of English because of how much slang they use. Same with, what's it called? Newfoundland. It's like it's practically its own language because of how much, slang they use. Which is why I just tell people to listen to the Great Big Sea if you want to hear how they talk. Why did I build flooring there? Why did I cancel it? Sometimes the weirdest things get canceled in DF, and I'm like, I don't know why you can't build that, but I guess we can't. Speaking. What? Everything got suspended? Why? Well, look at you tooting your own horn. My pronunciation is almost perfect. Except the E with the doohickey, which is closer to just an E without a doohickey. Well, no doohickeys for you, I suppose. I have no idea why all of those constructions got suspended. Absolutely no idea. Being things that got suspended, my frame rate for a second there. There's birds flying around, I'm blaming them. Always blame bad frame rate on birds. It's almost always their fault. Stupid flying shenanigans. I feel like people who don't live there would consider them dialects. Abacus. Because what you're talking about doesn't sound like an accent. What you're talking about sounds like a dialect. Like, it sounds like you're talking about different dialects. So even if they're not officially dialects, I think that in this discussion, what if other people who are not from Lithuania, if they encountered people speaking like that, they would assume it's a dialect. Because what you are describing is literally the, like, definition of dialect. Official or not. You know, all words are made up. Just throwing that out there. And if they're considered part of tradition, then it's a dialect. Regardless of whether or not they're official. Hey, Tossbrush. My mom used to tell me all words are made up, and it used to make me really angry as a small child. Nah! As I used to say, that's not a real word, and she'd be like, well, all words are not real. I'm like, God damn it, Mom. All right, so I can chop down this tree safely without accidentally releasing our werebeast. How's my were creature doing? My friendly local were lizard. Currently a were lizard. There you are. Working on it. All right, you poor guy. Also, hello, Mino. How's things? I really wish my tongue would stop being numb. Well, I mean, when we're talking about language, Kravicus, like, look at Chinese. Look at how many different versions and dialects of Chinese there are. There's like 4 major languages that they speak, plus like dozens of different dialects for different regions. That sounds like what you're describing. Just because something is a dialect, there are dialects that exist within a language, right? So you saying, well, first they need to understand Lithuanian. Well, naturally, because in order to understand any Chinese dialect, I would need to speak one of the Chinese languages. But there are dialects within Cantonese. There are dialects within Mandarin. There are just like there are dialects within English. So naturally, there would be dialects within Lithuanian, regardless of whether or not they're officially recognized as dialects. They're still dialects, because what you are describing is a dialect. NLKK. Why does that sound like a really... Why does that sound really bad, even though it's not? They are! Hello, son. I swear, they are. Like, it's truth. It's the truth. Oh, and by the... None come to mind? Scotland. Listen to some Scots speak. Not official, but it is a dialect. There are some smaller areas and regions in Scotland that quite literally speak in dialects. There's a point with slang where it becomes a dialect instead of just slang or an accent. Yeah, some places in the southeast U.S. Could be considered a dialect. Newfoundland, the way they speak, could be considered a dialect. In fact, I've had people in Newfoundland say, yeah, of course we speak with a dialect, because if I listen to someone speak in Newfie, you can't. Yeah, okay, that's probably a good place to start. Actually, I didn't even think about that, Tothbrush, but yeah, like there is a lot of English dialects, a lot. Just because you don't think of them, like or rather, let me look up a definition for you. Dialect, not Dalek. Come on. Google, please. A particular form of language which is peculiar to a specific region or social group. Meaning, if one town uses 3 different slang terms for a specific thing that nobody else uses, that's a dialect. So, yes, that. Thanks, B-Log. And a dialect is a upside-down garbage can with a toilet plunger that's here to suck your brains or some shit. I don't know. I don't watch Doctor Who. Which part? It's preferred... Wait, what? Also, Midwestern American English is also a dialect, and it is preferred for your news hosts? Really? Sorry, I saw that thing that you posted on Discord. I are stupid, that's funny. Size doesn't matter, dude. And I'm not talking about dicks. Okay? Size of country doesn't... Like, you could have a town of 200 people that talk funny, and they have a dialect. Like, it doesn't matter the size of the landmass. What matters is there a group of people that talk differently? If yes, they speak in a dialect. Yes, then they speak in a dialect. That's the definition of that, dude. This is a weird conversation. And I've lost the thread, I think. Why do they keep canceling all of these? I turn job cancellations back on so I can see what's going on. Eats logs. Oh, that might actually be the... Hack down a bunch of trees. I mean, if it's borderline a new language, then absolutely it's a dialect. Like, you are hitting the exact definition of dialect at that point. Hey, Navy, how's things? So far, we've made a lot of goblin pancakes today, and it was very successful. I dropped a lot of flooring on a lot of goblins, and they vanished. It was quite magical, in fact. Quite magical. And I'm all prepped and ready to do it again. But we're training our military so that we can hopefully go rescue my military, because they all got kidnapped and then moved to the goblin headquarters, which is fun. And there's 5,000 goblins there, so yeah. I think the classic term, as they say in Star Fox, is good luck. You don't have any dialect? Well, I guess you're just boring then, Gravigus. I mean, I'm from, like, Western Canada, right? Which has, when it comes to the English language, the most neutral accent, apparently. I remember reading a thing that part of the reason why so many people come here to learn English is because of how neutral our accent is and how easy it is to understand. I got my artist to edit it. I have two variations. I have this variation, and then I have the one that I'm using currently, which I don't have a command for. It's pinned on my Discord, which has a slightly different dwarf images and slightly different wall tiles. But the other version I have is this one. Those are the two variations I have. This one, the second one I linked is the one I'm currently using, and then there's the other one. No, it's fine. I mean, like, they're just, like, essentially, I say about. I don't say a boot. In order to say a boot, I would have to be, like, sometimes I'll say it ironically, like, I'll ironically emphasize a. I do say a, but that's like how Americans say, huh? But no, we say about. A boot is more eastern. Like if you go up into Alberta, Edmonton, or like further east, you'll start hearing a boot. And then if you go all the way to like Toronto, then you'll hear like, hey buddy, what you talking about? Which is the like actual Canadian accent. But it's like the difference between a New York accent and somebody from Seattle. Like somebody from Seattle sounds the way I talk, whereas somebody from New York sounds like they can't say car, they say ka, right? The further east you go, the more intense that accent gets, and it's the same with Canada. The further east you go, the longer the O, the more drawn out the vowels. Like I sometimes I fall into it, but it's very mild comparatively. Like some people claim that they hear it when I say about, but it's nowhere near as intense as further east, so I don't really think of it as that. Gonna hop in my car and go for a ride. I can't even fucking do it, dude. I can like force out a more stereotypical Canadian accent, but I sound like an idiot when I do it, so I don't. I know a streamer, well, I don't really know him. I know of a streamer who I've hung out with before a couple of times who's from Toronto, and he, like just at different conventions, and he is he's got the very Canadian accent. Actually, the best example of Canadian accent, if you want to hear a very stereotypical Canadian accent, go watch Canada's Worst Driver. Just go watch some clips of Canada's Worst Driver on YouTube, and it's a reality show that was on Discovery. I think it's still running. I don't know. Anyway, watch some clips of the host of that show, because he has the stereotypical Canadian accent, the like mid-eastern Canadian accent that sounds like that. Like he says ka like from New York, but also says a boot and says a constantly and all that stuff. Like he sounds like what I think of as the stereotypical Canadian accent. Whereas where I'm from, we have a much more laid back, like toned down version of that accent. Although, like, what even is a Vancouver accent at this point? Because like there is a larger non-English population in my part of town than there is an English population. Everybody here is from India or Korea or Japan originally. Or like my neighbors, which are Russian and Ukrainian. Or like the other neighbors, which live right next door to me, who are Spanish and I think her husband's from England. I don't actually know. He sounds like it. I've only spoken with them a couple times. But yeah, I don't know if I sound like I say a boot to you, but I don't. To me, it doesn't sound like a boot. It sounds like a bout. We pronounce the U. We don't slide it into a double O. Not having a dialect is a common dialect? I mean, I can tell you this, I certainly don't speak in a dialect. I use almost no slang. Trying to think of like local slang that I use. I don't know what that is. Tygo? Do educate me, please. It's like I have a pretty good like knowledge of video games, but I don't know everything. I feel like we should build a second row along here. Oh, those are walls, not floors. Been hitting W too long. Point and click adventure games? Depends on the point and click adventure game. Needs a good story, not a big fan of the comedic ones. I enjoyed Full Throttle back in the day, and I played Monkey Island when I was a small child. I'm planning on playing Norco later today, which is a point-and-click adventure. Mostly because I'm excited about the writing in that game, and a band I really liked did the soundtrack. Actually, the band I like doing the soundtrack is the thing that's pushing me to play that game more than anything. But I heard that the writing is good. No, I haven't. Never heard of it. I'm not a big point-and-click game. Like, I don't go out of... Like, I've played some of the classics, but I don't really go out of my way to play them. They're just like, I'll play them if they pop up in front of me and I have nothing against playing them. But I don't go out of my way to play them. They're not generally the sort of thing that, like, really catches my interest. Like, you have to be really interesting. Or, oh, actually, I really like the animated design. I think that's how you pronounce them. Like, Machinarium. Very good game. The Samorost games, I played them when they were free and in a browser. I own a couple of them, but haven't played them in a while. I'm trying to think of other point-and-click games that I've played. Played a little bit of Thimbleweed Park and got bored. I'm not really a big fan of Moon Logic, and I feel like a lot of point-and-click games fall into Moon Logic. Moon Logic being like do absolutely illogical thing to solve an illogical puzzle, so you have to think illogically to understand the puzzle logic, which is like counterintuitive and not fun to me. So I'm not a big fan of games that use ridiculous logic. So I never enjoyed the Sierra games that I played when I was younger. Like I remember playing Space Quest at a friend's house and getting really fucking mad at it. Because like that game has built-in soft locks, which is stupid. Haven't played anything recently. So, but we're gonna play Norco later today, like I said, because Thou, THOU. Midwestern sludge / black metal band that I really liked did the soundtrack to that game, so I'm gonna play that. No, absolutely. I mean, of course, there's tons of great games out there, but see, I have this problem, Hambloco, and that's I really like Dwarf Fortress and traditional roguelikes. So I could literally just play Dwarf Fortress, Caves of Cud, Jupiter Hell, Cogmind, and maybe one other game for the rest of my life and not get bored. So a game has to be really interesting for me to want to play it. And if it's just going to be frustrating, illogical puzzles, I'm not going to play. And if it's a point-and-click game, it has to have themes or writing that I really want to interact with, which is the case for Norco. It has writing that I'm interested in, story themes that I'm interested in, and music that I'm interested in. So I'll play it. But you basically have to be like, you have to stand out a lot for me to want to play a point-and-click game. So, but why do you ask about those ones specifically? Is it just something that like is particularly interesting to you that you'd like to see me play, or is it just like for the sake of conversation? But I'm not one of those people that's like, oh, point and clicks are just like for casuals. Like I don't agree with that. I think point and clicks are some incredible examples of art in video games. You need pretty knowledge, and point and clicks are still kind of niche. I don't know about that. I think point and clicks just became something different, right? Like point and clicks were originally adventure games, right? Like those were the original, like, oh, it's a story game. But like modern day adventure games are, like, to a degree, point and clicks kind of went through the happened to roguelikes, where they were a old classic genre that were a staple and then turned into something else. Like adventure games became action adventure games, and people stopped making adventure games. Like roguelikes have become run-based games, and a lot of people have stopped making roguelikes because now it's really difficult to make point and clicks profitable. So like a modern adventure game now is more like just as an example, this is one of my favorite games ever, What Remains of Edith Finch, and I think there are parts of this game that are like an absolute masterclass in game design. The ending was a little bit not my favorite part of the game, but the journey that you go through in this game is incredible. This would have been a point-and-click game if it came out 25 years ago. It would have been a LucasArts-style point-and-click game. And adventure games are just kind of something different now. Like, yes, people still make point-and-clicks, which is why they've become niche. So for point-and-clicks specifically, just like any adventure game, in order for me to play it, it either needs to be extremely good or doing something really unique and interesting. And it's pretty rare that point-and-clicks interest me. But the game that we're going to play tonight, which is on Game Pass, this, Norco, is doing something interesting. It has striking art, it has striking writing, and I was listening to the soundtrack last night and it sold me on it, so. And it's supposedly like 6 hours long, which means we'll either finish it in one stream or two. Oh. Looks tight as fuck? Yeah, no, absolutely. Looking forward to that. It'll be fun. Apparently, I've seen its writing compared to Disco Elysium, which is like, all right, sold, let's go. Good to go. You got me interested. I have 15 emails. What in the fuck? Oh. A band I know, well, I don't. A band I listened to decided to release 15 different pieces of merchandise, it looks like, and put them all in a separate email. Cool. Excellent. Why does every t-shirt need its own listing? Sore. That's not cool. It's a good way to get me to unfollow you on Bandcamp, actually. Yeah, the evolution of genre is fascinating. I think that the evolution of genre is fascinating as long as it doesn't kill the original. For a long time, like, RPGs and CRPGs versus action games with RPG mechanics. Action games with RPG mechanics kind of ate RPGs to a degree. And, like, in the past 2 years, like, actual RPGs have kind of come back a little bit, which has been nice, but I really find the, Am I streaming the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress? Yes, this is the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress. This is absolutely an unreleased game that nobody has access to. Yep. Definitely. The evolution of genres, I think, is really interesting as long as it doesn't consume and destroy the original genre. Which is why I find the evolution of, like, RPGs versus CRPGs versus, like, kind of the amalgamation of, like, RPG mechanics into light, like, uninteresting role-playing games, i.e. Skyrim, kind of destroying what was once a fascinating genre of flexible role-playing games. Yeah, absolutely. It's like, so like, now we live in a world now where people are actually, like, not redefining, but, like, remembering how to define the difference between an RPG and an action adventure game and an action adventure game with RPG elements, because, like, Skyrim is a great action adventure game with RPG elements, but it's not an RPG, whereas, like, Divinity Original Sin 2 is an excellent RPG. Same with, like, Wasteland 2 and Underrail, Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2. Those great RPGs. I mean, how else am I supposed to respond to that? Of course this is the Steam version. You have never finished Skyrim? Neither have I, actually. I did play a good, like, 60 hours of it, but I never did finish it. Terrible RPG. Fun modding sandbox, though. You know, I'll be completely honest with you. I've never played the Witcher games. So I don't actually have an answer to that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I've never played them. Couldn't tell you. A TV show is like a solid B+, though. I played about 20 minutes of The Witcher 2, and it ran like shit on my computer, and then I never went back to it, so... Your favorite how WoW is considered an MMORPG, whereas Final Fantasy is an MMORPG? Yeah, yeah, like, it's like... No, the thing that I've seen is the Final Fantasy MMO is an RPG MMO, so it's a role-playing game that's also a massively multiplayer online game, whereas World of Warcraft is an MMORPG because it's RPG second instead of RPG first. Like, that's what I've seen recently, which I think is interesting. I don't know, I don't play MMOs, so... But I would almost say that none of those are role-playing games, really, whereas, like, MUDs are more role-playing games. Well, I guess, like, I think I would actually define something more along the lines of an EVE Online as, like, an RP thing, because you're role-playing. There is very little role-playing in a lot of those games, but whatever. It doesn't matter. It's not a fight that I can fight. Having played both, it's accurate. I mean, as long as at the end of the day, as long as people enjoy games and different genres of games can coexist without, like, smashing each other out of existence, I'm looking at you, roguelikes! It's fine. Just please stop completely obliterating the roguelike genre by calling action run-based games roguelikes. It's upsetting. Also, by the way, on the topic of dumb genre conventions, you know how, like, people, like, Riot Games decided to call League of Legends a MOBA? So you know what I saw recently, and I've heard about recently, and I've been told about recently because a teammate of mine got paid to play it for a bit? There's a game on Steam that self-identifies as a MOCA. Multiplayer chess online combat arena. Multiplayer online chess arena. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, there's no combat. So, stop it. That's all I have to say to that, is stop it. They describe it as a mocha, which is a delicious hot beverage, but not a video game genre. You know, honestly, if I ordered a delicious hot beverage and got a rage-inducing multiplayer video game, I would be kind of pissed, I'm not gonna lie. What are we talking about? I don't know, I got distracted by coffee. Coffee. Also, because Discord decided to unpartner my Discord server, instead we get to rep this hot potato mug. Shout out to the Hot Potato charity event happening in November near you, where we will hopefully raise another $100,000 for charity. It doesn't solve it for me. And the reason it doesn't solve it for me is because it's too fucking close. If you go to the traditional roguelike page on Steam, let's just take a peek. Okay, not a roguelike. I don't even know. Maybe. I don't even know. I don't even know. Definitely not a roguelike. Maybe a roguelike. Definitely not a roguelike. Definitely not a roguelike. Definitely not a roguelike. So, like, out of everything on this page, we've got 2 actual roguelikes that I can see. A couple I don't knows. That's a Mega Man game. So, like, no, it doesn't solve it. Because people refuse to abide by that. I mean, what we actually need is roguelikes need to stay roguelikes because they're like Rogue, and games that take one mechanic from roguelikes, which is the permadeath and run-based, need to just be called run-based. It's just like Skyrim is an action-adventure game with RPG elements, right? So it's an action-adventure. If the only mechanic you take from roguelikes is run-based, it's just run-based. So Hades is a run-based action game. Spelunky is a run-based platformer. It works just fine. Stop calling them roguelikes because they're nothing like Rogue. Otherwise, people are going to continue using roguelike as a marketing mechanic for things that are completely unrelated, and we're going to continue just muddying the water, and the genre will continue to sell worse and worse because people think that they're paying for and buying games in a completely different genre than they're actually buying. So, like, Jupiter Hell constantly has problems with people asking for things like meta progression, people asking for different mechanics and wondering why it's turn-based and all these things, and it's just like, stop it. No, Call of Duty is a multiplayer FPS with RPG elements if you want to be an asshole about it. Orange. Looking at you. You're supposed to be on my side here. God damn it. Then it's not a genre for you, Francis. Or you're playing really bad roguelikes. It's totally fine if a genre isn't for you, but don't rename the genre if it's not for you. You like forgiving run-based games. That's totally fine. Life is not turn-based, last I checked. Life is real-time. You know, it's really funny. It's like, whenever I talk about RPGs, everybody just agrees with me. But the second I talk about the genre that I care about, roguelikes, everybody's like, no, that's a roguelike. It's like, stop it. It's like, whose side are you on here, Chad? I don't know. I'm getting mixed messages. Because, like, if we keep calling modern game, like a lot of the games that people refer to as roguelikes, then Fortnite's a roguelike. So is PUBG. A proper curated game genre, the clarification that helps people shop and follow it? Yeah, absolutely. That's what I expect, actually. That's exactly what I expect. You nailed it. If I go into quantum physics, you know what, Tygo? Time is subjective. On the topic of things that are wrong, time isn't subjective. It's relative, but whatever. There's plenty of chess roguelikes. Also, chess isn't a roguelike. It doesn't have procedurally generated levels or random layouts. It's actually, like, exactly the opposite of that. It's often been the duelist bit of the community. People can get a bit nihilistic, Matron Boy. But what I'll say is this. If you want the very specific type of game of traditional roguelikes to continue to exist, if you call them traditional roguelikes, they will continue to get pushed out of the market by games that are not called roguelikes and will eventually cease to exist because the companies that keep making them won't be able to afford to keep making them. So they'll just continue being this incredibly obtuse niche corner of the market that nobody cares about or pays attention to. And as a person with Influence. I will continue calling non-roguelikes run-based games, and you can argue with me all you want. And if you're on my side, fucking agree with me and grow up. Come on. Jesus. Not that difficult. The dwarves have arrived to trade, which is lovely. I have no idea how you're managing to maneuver that wagon through there, but... Sell a bunch of crafts. What is the world coming to? God, I hate being called an influencer. I'm so sorry for my crimes. I mean, that's fine, Tygo. Which is why the one mechanic that normies can use and refer to them as is run-based. Because that is, like, another thing that I've seen people referring to non-roguelike run-based games as is loop games. Specifically around the release of Loop Hero, I saw a bunch of people referring to them as loop games. They're time loop games, which is not inaccurate, actually. That terminology works. Normies? I don't know. Are you a normie? In some ways, I'm a normie. In some ways, I'm an elitist dick. So, you know, we all have our faults, I suppose. I wonder if there were any other titles for Rogue. You're not sure. I mean, we could call them hack-likes, but that would just make people think that we're trying to steal their data. Who's defining normie? Normies, obviously. Duh. Please understand that the vast majority of what I'm doing right now is just goofing off. I'm just having fun. No, this isn't a particularly serious conversation. Risen! Ulnaldi, I am your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Fuck. What do I want? Who are you calling a normie? Normie? Get normied, you normie. Actually, you know who's a normie? My mom, because the only game that she knows that exists is Farmville, and I think Among Us, although she will deny that. My mom's a normie. Bless her soul. She's lovely. She gave me another peace lily the other day, and bought me onion seeds, and now I've planted a whole bunch of onion seeds. Seems sus? You know what seems sus? Orange sus. Probably imposter. Boot him out. What do I want? Powder. Powder, 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 powder. Let me get my hammer. Got it. Hey, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. Speaks of sus. Now, Spanish Inquisition is very much not sus. Orange is sus. Boot orange out. Spanish Inquisition is fine. Spanish Inquisition is orange is all. Don't tell anybody. Shh. Anyway. I don't know what I want. Might ask for some sheet so I don't have to make papers. But I'm gonna request gypsum plaster. You know what's a joke? Orange. You already are the joke, huh? Let's discuss what we were willing to offer you for your crafts dwarfship. And we have finalized the export agreement. Whoops. I somehow turned caps lock on in that. You know what else is a joke? Me. Risen, you... Farewell. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Roguelite genre? Roguelite yourself? Meh. Anyway, this isn't a joke. I need to pee. I will be back in 2 seconds. All right, I return. Do you know that they're from Montreal because they have the right area code, even though the phone is claiming that they're from elsewhere? You're so fucking confused? No, you're orange. Come on. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Where's my bro? You're so... Okay, there you go, Darren. Go do your job. Thank you. Speaking of Ban Orange, how you doing, B-Lug? How's your day been? Did you stream today, or were you just, like, hanging out? It's weird. Mail header. What happened this month? I stream 3 days a week instead of 5 and actually have days off. That's what happened. I wish it was like more exciting news than that, but that's all it actually is. So instead of streaming, fucking, oh, never mind. I misread what that was. So instead of streaming, word, 5 days a week with 1 day to basically spend all day editing for YouTube and recording podcasts, I now stream 3 days a week, but stream between 13 and 14 hours those 3 days. So I stream about the same number of hours. I just do it in 3 days instead of 5. And then I have 1 day of like podcast editing and recording, which you can listen to here, which is where me and my friends talk about video games. And then me and my teammates basically talking about video games. And then also editing stuff for YouTube separately when I feel like it. And then just, you know, being a lazy slob, basically. Well, that's not totally true. I did a bunch of gardening on Monday. I did a bunch of gardening on Sunday. I edited stuff on Sunday and Saturday. I edited podcast on Friday and visited my Oma, who I need to visit more anyway because she's slowly starting to forget things and it's kind of sad. I went and filled up a growler with beer and drank it all in 24 hours. That was fun. I bought cannabis seeds and planted those. So I officially am like doing things in my apartment that were illegal when I moved in, which is fun. You do yourself a huge favor, Alodwetter. Don't ever go into somebody's channel who has a disability and tell them they don't have the disability, because the only response you're going to get is this. What else should I buy from these people? Because you have zero clue what the fuck you're talking about and have no right to do that. Aside from, like, you know, coming across like an absolute cunt. Steelrite Gauntlet. Let's buy some gauntlets. Looking for chips. There we go, chip. That for casts. Because you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Buy the thread. Give my weavers something to work on. Well, you said, bro, you don't be blind. I'm legally blind. This eye don't work at all, and this eye has severe tunnel vision. I have floating blind spots and columboma of the retina and the iris in both eyes. So, if you want to come into somebody's channel and the first thing you say is, I deny the existence of your disability. That's literally the first thing you said in your first sentence. If you want to say, hello, what's up with your username? That's completely different. Or ask questions about the username. That's polite and respectable. If you just pop in and say, hey, you're not you. It's mean. Like, literally, I don't care who you are or what's up with you. I mean, it's fine. We good. But if you're rude to somebody, and somebody is rude in response, surprise Pikachu? Come on. Like, seriously, what? What am I trading for? Probably just gonna, like, let's grab some of those shields. Shields and bucklers. Oh. For some reason, I thought that I had more value. No. Okay, fine. Let's wait for them to bring more stuff. It's okay. We all good. All better. But yeah, I have coloboma of the retina and the iris in both eyes. My vision is degrading. I lose a couple % of my vision per year. Odds that every doctor I've had since I was about 10 has told me that I will be completely blind by 40. So that's also being accelerated by type 1 diabetes. So whenever my blood sugar goes high, it's like eating away at the back of my eyeballs as well. Which, like a friend of mine once said, that just means I have to watch a lot of porn before I die. Or before I go blind. So, you know, we're good. We'll get by. I'll just become a podcaster when my eyes go. Been meaning to change your username color, but you don't know what you want to change it to? Why? What's wrong with your username color? I thought that, like, kind of beigey poop color works for you. I mean, pink is the natural option. Pink or purple? Come on. You're gonna pick something? Pink or purple. But I also have a plugin, so I can just change it to whatever I want. So if your name color is, like, unreadable, I can just edit it, if that's what you're asking. So don't worry about that too much. Did some spring cleaning. Oh, yay. I need to clean my sliding glass door. My landlord actually pointed at it 6 months ago when they visited and said, you need to clean that. I was like, yeah, sure. And then winter happened and I didn't, so I guess I should clean that. Building might get mad at me for, like, not cleaning my window. Let's go for millennial pink for a bit. Okay. I mean, when given the option for colors, you have to pick the most obnoxious one, which is why whenever I play American Truck Simulator, which hasn't been in like 2 years or something, I had like banana yellow, lime green, bright pink, and then orange on the top, just stripes. Don't feel bad. Just think about it this way, right? Don't ever tell somebody that they're not a thing, right? Like, especially when it comes to invisible disabilities. Like vision problems, because you don't know. No, I never played it online. Well, that's not true. I played American Truck Simulator online once for about 30 seconds and got hit in a head-on collision by another truck and was like, you know what? I'm going to go back to playing with traffic because I like playing with the AI and traffic. And back when I played it, there was no traffic in the online, so I just, I'd rather just have AI cars. So the only person who can really intentionally cause major fuck-ups is me. And me accidentally eviscerating a Prius doesn't hurt anybody, but another player crashing into the side of my truck at 150 miles an hour made me want to never play that game again, so I didn't. Yeah. That's my take on ATS Online. Do I play RimWorld? I have about 5,000 hours in that game, and I never need to play it again. That's actually, I have about 4,000 hours in that game. 5,000 is an exaggeration. There is no popcorn needed to be grabbed, sir. I don't have a RimWorld command. You're weird you played DF first and then tried RimWorld? Why is that weird? DF's older. I played DF before I played RimWorld too. But, RimWorld is just kind of... RimWorld is an excellent tower defense base building game. It's not a very good story generator, which is what Dwarf Fortress is. Because this was in 2018. Okay, I mean, fair enough. I mean, if you want to play a game that's like Dwarf Fortress, but simpler, Odd Realm is your best bet, which is what I tell people to play. It's like either Odd Realm or No Moria, but No Moria's got problems. Also, I've had this game up in the background because I saw it for the first time a few minutes ago. This thing has a really striking look to it. I love the look of these sprites. Might need to try this. Put that on the to-do list. Anyway. Oh yeah, they stopped working on Nomoria a while ago, but there's because they ran out of money. But In Nomia still exists, which is the has the creator's blessing, and it's open source and free. It's almost got feature privity with the original, which is called In Nomia. But Odd Realm is the paid-for game that I recommend to people who want to get a taste of Dwarf Fortress, mostly because this game's really forgiving and not super difficult, and it has the same perspective as Dwarf Fortress, so you learn how to like wrap your brain around Z levels, and it has like a pretty nice walkthrough tutorial, which is good enough. I think that it could be better, but everything could always be better. Also, it's made by another Canadian who's from my city, so you know what, I've got to promote him. Also, it's like $10, so if you can afford 2 coffees from Starbucks, you can probably buy Odd Realm. Or depending on the coffee. If you can afford a coffee from Starbucks, you can probably... Hey, Spitalia went into a Fey mood. All right, let's sell all these, and then we'll deal with that mood. Spitalia the Clother has claimed a clother's shop. Would you look at that? Surprise, surprise. Odd Realm is pretty great. It's also on itch.io or Good Old Games if you want it DRM free. If you can afford 12 Timmy's coffees. When was the last time you were in a Timmy's, Orange? Because a small coffee at Timmy's is like $2. So like 4 Timmy's coffees. This morning? Is Timmy's like significantly cheaper in Quebec or something? That makes it $1. Oh, wow. Yeah, I guess so. Currency is fun like that, is it not? I don't know why I said not weird. Not? Is it not? You think that everybody's flirting with you, Orange? You're always just like, this person keeps flirting with me. Have you ever heard of the thing called customer service? You have to make people feel welcomed. That doesn't mean you're being flirted with, dude. You're just like, the bartender was hitting on me. It's like, was she though? I think that you just think everybody's hitting on you. Why is there combat going? Oh, okay, it's just... Well, she shouldn't do that because she could get fired for that. On the top of your play this next list, but you haven't been playing anything? Ah, that's fair. Mine stopped flirting with you. Stop thinking you're hotter than you are. What? Also, unlike you, I don't hit on customers. You just like being told that you're wrong. So you go up to the Starbucks, or no, you go up to the Timmy's drive-thru window and you're like, I'll take a small coffee, and they'll be like, that's $5.50. And you're like, no, that's $1. And they're like, that's $5.50. And you're like, oh my God, she's flirting with me. Customers, yeah, what do you think you are? I mean, you're certainly not a coworker. Anymore. You used to drive a limo. And you probably thought the people in your limo were hitting on you too. I don't know why I'm like going way too deep down this hole. Sorry, Orange. You remember at McDonald's there was a tall, really pretty girl with blue and purple hair with a bright smile. And you complimented her for radiating positivity, and she thanked you, and that was it. That's how human interaction works, yeah? You drive a big truck? Also, you think you're so cool. I'm always disturbed by the fact that gizzard stones are represented by the same sprite as a gem. Also, there's a giant goat in the fort, which is why all the dwarves are running and why there's combat logs happening. I think it's a giant goat. No, it's a giraffe. It's a named giraffe. Did it kill somebody? A scary enough giraffe that they gave it a name. Let's go get a named kill on a giraffe. Now, is that just because I am a proud member of /r fuck cars, or is that because, like, you actually hate your industry? Because shit's gotta move places, dude. Okay, they got it. Dwarves are fighting with the giraffe. I love that a giraffe was notorious enough in my fort that the dwarves named it. Oh, also, the game is paused because Spitalier started working on a mysterious construction. The dwarves dive bomb it, and giraffe's dead. Can't dwarves cut stones like gem shapes? Yes, but the sprite for gizzard stones, which is the stone that comes out of a dead bird's gut, is the same sprite that's used for cut gems, even though they're not cut. Although you can set gizzard stones to be cut like cut gems. Sorry to confuse. I mean, there's a mindset that a lot of people in every industry have that's absolutely disgusting and horrible for the environment. It doesn't matter what you do. Like, I really like watching F1. I hate like 70% of F1. And a large part of the like masturbatory rich people culture that falls all over and fawns over it. I hate that part of it. I love watching European boys go fast though, so. You bought the EU4 Ultimate Bundle, but you can't verify your own number because SMS never comes to your phone. Oh no! How do you fix it? I'm not Humble Support, so I have no idea. That sucks. Is there another way to verify? I don't know. I haven't really ever had that problem. But I am not customer support for Humble. I would send them an email. Our customer support's been pretty good in the past when the one time I had to deal with it. But I've never had that problem. I have two-factor with them. I would assume they would also do email verification, but what mindset? I based on like where Orange is located, I can assume what mindset that is. But I don't know if I want to. Smoke signal? They definitely take carrier pigeon. I know that much for certain. You know, we were joking about carrier pigeons the other day, and this was a couple weeks ago on stream, and I Googled carrier pigeons. Apparently there's a club that will help you learn to take care of and raise your own carrier pigeons, and they're like very close to here, like just a short bus ride from me. So if I really wanted to, I could join the Greater Vancouver Area Carrier Pigeon Club. There's like 12 of them, and I think they're all above 65. But they have a website that looks like it was made 15 years ago and still gets updates, so we could make carrier pigeon verification a thing, theoretically. What's even better is like they have like this like list of all of the carrier pigeons that are in active duty and whether or not they're MIA. Which I think is way funnier than it should be. It's like carrier pigeon Bessie missing in action. It's like, oh my god. With the Morse Code Club? I don't know, but I'd be much more interested in joining the Morse Code Club. We may have as well. I learned the other night, actually, this is like kind of dark, but I have a large enough FM radio antenna in my apartment that I can pick up boats up to 50 kilometers off the coast. I can pick up Coast Guard. I can pick up the non-Coast Guard but police boats, and I can pick up boats asking for permission to dock in multiple languages, which is interesting. So way ahead of you there on the chip shortage. I've got enough radio antenna that if I tune it properly and point it up higher, I could probably start picking up stuff in Europe because I have enough antenna. I just need to go up the side of my building, which I don't think they'd let me do. If I ever own a house, I'll be able to pick up stuff in Europe. I mean, why? You know, honestly, Wogard, in the current day and age, I'm not shocked by that at all. I mean, I only have receiving. I don't have any output, so I can't do some radio trolling. I am not shocked at all that there's a group of furry writers that meets at the local library. That makes perfect sense to me. Totally logical. More logical than a carrier pigeon club. Carrier pigeon club is, like, strange to me. Furry writers? Nah. Of course. Duh. They're right next to the anime fan fiction and the Harry Potter fan fiction crew. Speaking of the Harry Potter fan fiction crew, how you doing, Diamond? I don't think you're part of that. No, you would be the Gremlin for Mayor fan fiction crew. It's Ohio? Why is that surprising? I don't know anything about Ohio. I've never been to Ohio. Do tell me about Ohio. Actually, no, don't. Spitalier, the clother, has created Sibrilishbash, an alpaca wool vest. A very fancy vest. And claims it as a Hamley Fairloom. And it's worth 15,960 Zethal, aka Dwarf Bucks. The Released Axe, it is called. Bad place? Okay, noted. This is an alpaca wool vest. Well, sounds like the furries are improving it then, in that instance. Not my genre or particular fetish, but I'm sure that it is that their presence is making it a less of a bad place and more of a fluffy place. This is an alpaca wool vest. All crafts dwarfship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular granite cabochons and decorated with honey badger leather, and encircled with bands of alpaca wool and oval-cut smoky quartzites. It is made from alpaca wool cloth. This object is adorned with hanging rings of slate and menaces with spikes of llama wool. On the item is wait, what? Where was I? I see. Menaces with spikes of llama wool, orthoclase, and jet. Not jets, just jet. On the item is an image of 2 masked lovebirds in granite. On the item is an image of 3 goblin caps in garnerite. You try to recycle and you don't have a proper box to put recycling items in. You partly because you recently tossed out a lot of accumulated trash and is remembering the floor. I use a old cat litter, like container that I took out of the recycling bin from the garbage room as my recycling bin. It's like just a big bin about this big, which just sits under my sink, and I chuck whatever's recyclable in there. And then, you know, I also do stuff like, where did it go? I also do stuff like this. This isn't really recycling, but it's certainly reusing. That was a soy milk container that I filled up with dirt and some fertilizer, and it has 2 kale plants in it. And this over here is all onions, and those are at, like, obviously an egg carton. You don't need to recycle. So there's that. And right next to the onions is lettuce seeds. And right next to the lettuce seeds is spinach. I've got about 4 dozen eggs worth of seeds on my sliding glass door right there. And then right next to that is 4 very special ones that have the fun label on the bottom, which is my cannabis seeds. Hopefully those grow. Yes, I had a busy weekend of gardening on my tiny ass porch. Also, hey, Pablo Rasta. What up, dude? How's things? Responding to a thing on Discord. Moved into a new place. Oh, so you really are shiny. And they're replacing the toilet and bathtub right now? Ooh. Are you getting like one of those big fancy heart-shaped 3-person bathtubs or nah? You know, I'll be honest. One of the things that's like made me want to stay in this apartment for so long is I have a really big bathtub. And like I'm not super tall, but I'm tall enough that normal bathtubs are like unpleasant to actually use as a bathtub. But with no shower and you're surviving the puppy. Well, I mean, do you have like a local swimming pool or anything? I don't know if you're in town or not, but I don't know, if you have a swimming pool, just go to the pool. Go use their showers. That's what I did when I was homeless. Which always sounds way worse, just like saying, like, that's what I did when I was homeless. It sounds way worse than it actually was, but it's like, when I lived outside, I showered every day because if you got to the pool before 8 in the morning, it was $1. I just go in, use the showers, and then go to work. You do have to control humidity, but I'm not sure if you need less or not. Probably depends on the strain. The strain that I'm growing is called Pink Apricot. Pink Apricot. Which is a, like, strain that is raised and used to being grown in BC. So it's used to my climate. It's purely up to sun. I don't need to climate control. I just need to grow it outside. Put it outside around end of this month is when it goes outside. I've grown it before, but the last time I grew it was pre-legalization in a closet at a friend's house in his basement with a, like, Pixar-esque lamp above it with sunlight in it for his lizard. So, you know, I did this once before, but it was in very different circumstances. This time I'm just growing it on my patio, so we'll see how that goes. Oh, that's good. I'm glad that you've had showers. Going like a week-ish without a shower because of life sucks, so. You just passed the bill? US, I think? That's what I heard about. Yeah, I'll say this. It is still weird to me that shit's legal up here. And like we've had full legalization since 28. Yeah, October 2018 was when we legalized everything. And it's like I can go on the internet, send somebody like $100 through PayPal or a credit card, and within a week, or no, not even within a week, depending on where I order from and what I order, it'll either arrive in the mail or some dude in a fucking minivan will just show up, get out, ask me for my ID, and then hand me what I bought, and I just go home. Like it still doesn't feel weird. If they stop checking for pot usage on your urine tests, you're taking a week off and eating all of the edibles. All of the edibles? Don't eat all of the edibles. Just eat an edible and you'll be good. Don't overdo it. Come on. That's like saying if I leave alcohol rehab, I'll just go to the bar and drink 2 liters of vodka. What are you, a hamster? You can't survive that. Rinse and repeat, just like your urine test. Ha! I don't know why I find that funny, but I do find that funny. Not all at once. I mean, that's what she said. You did say all of the edibles. I guess it depends on how many edibles you have in your local. I mean, if I were to cook everything that could be cooked that I have in my apartment and make them all into edibles, I could put myself in a coma for 2 months. I have like a half-liter jar full of decarbed weed from my vape. So, but that's like 3 years worth. Was it a nightmare? You couldn't imagine anything more than that? I've been pretty greened out in my past, but... You're a drug tank. You pass us for a child. You're pregnant. Well, I mean, it's better than negative child. I wonder how this blackbird likes its job. It just hangs out here. Why is that a joke? It's a legitimate career path in some places. You owe us a job. Sometimes I feel bad at laughing at some of your jokes, chat room. This is why we are an 18+ stream. It's just more fun. For whatever it's worth, if anybody has like Dwarf Fortressy related questions or wants a dwarf, feel free. We tend to just like ramble ourselves into an off-topic hole, so, you know. People actually want to talk about DFE related things. I can do that. I am capable of it. In Canada, it's really weird, Hembloco, because consuming psilocybin, legal. Selling psilocybin, legal. Growing and cultivating psilocybin is legal. Picking psilocybin is illegal. So as long as you just magically have mushrooms, you're fine. But the act of grabbing a mushroom and going is illegal, which you can be fined for. Is your dwarf alive? No. Hasn't been for a long time. As far as a fortress tour, this is Mothfall, a fortress just up from Hotbeards, one of my previous fortresses in this world. Part of the Crimson Pulley, same faction as Hotbeards. It's got this outer wall, and we're working on building a third tower over there on the far shore of the cliff. If we go down, we can see our storage areas, and then in kind of that center section there is Stone, who's making their own fortress because they're a were creature, so they can't associate. There's our temple. This is our underground entry walkway. And then we have this area where we are making all of these blocks. And then right down here is our trap zone. We drop this whole Z level onto this to kill the baddies and turn them into pancakes before they get into the fortress. And then down here is the first cavern layer. And then down here is the second cavern layer. And I haven't found the third one yet. I mean, just don't get seen picking them. So yeah, we have this really weird, like, halfway legalization of psychedelic mushrooms in Canada. Would you have to give people a log with mushrooms, or can they eat it like corn on the cob? What? Am I using DF hack? No, this is completely vanilla. I mean, aside from the tile set and the custom colors, but. Fighting with a vulture. How many fucking vultures? God. This poor guy. Have to eat them on the... Well, I mean, you'd already picked them at that point, so at that point, just go... Karm. Although maybe don't do that because you shouldn't eat that much of a mushroom. I'm not an experienced psilocybin person. If you want to talk about psilocybin, you gotta talk to Tech Hood about that shit. My knowledge of psychedelics is maybe time. Something I'm curious and interested in, but I know a little bit about the legalization because I think it's hilarious, but I'm not well versed in it at all. The huge empty space in this is reserved for dancing, yes. This area up here is my library. These are bedrooms. And these are more bedrooms. Speaking of things that are reserved for dancing. How are you doing, Bobtron? Don't mind the corpses. They've been there a while. I have no idea. I'll go ask the Jamaican restaurant up this street and get back to you on that one. So I have 2 dwarves that are stuck in an area that they're not supposed to be in because they must have dodged up there when fighting. Well done. Basically says if a person is tripping balls, make sure they aren't a danger to themselves or anyone else and have fun watch. Yeah, quite literally. It's just like, one of my favorite things that I ever saw was, I want to say it was Snoop Dogg talking about weed specifically, but literally what he says is just like, if a person's too high, just let him sit in the corner and give him a bag of chips. He'll be fine. It's always one of my favorite lines about any kind of like non-hard drugs is just give him a bag of chips, he'll be fine. That's all he wants. He just wants to hang out. He's fine. He's chilling. He's vibing. from very severe emotional trauma and severe depression about a year and a half ago. That's awesome. Interesting in regards to therapeutic uses. I mean, I'm a bit of a tech hippie. I'm fascinated with gardening and cultivating plants and stuff. And one of my dreams, like my absolute like dream end game life scenario is I want somehow to acquire enough property that I can get chickens, bees, and a decent sized garden. But I want to cultivate my own mushrooms, specifically garden giants, because they're fucking delicious. I don't know if you've ever had a garden giant, but they're like this. They're like the comically large edible mushroom that you can get. They're like, they grow to be about that big. So I want to cultivate garden giants. I want to cultivate psilocybin, and I want to get poppies to make fun honey. Fun honey is basically when bees make honey with poppy pollen, and it makes you see things. Because it's legal to grow poppies. It's, again, just illegal to process them into heroin or anything. Ooh. So this is interesting. This was a human prisoner that we saved from one of the goblin pits that we were raiding. And they joined the fortress for sanctuary. And now they wish to join the halls of defending as a citizen of Mothfall. And I'm going to say welcome. Never had those, but in your area you grow morels like crazy. I will sometimes take mushrooms that I buy from the grocery store, just like normal grocery store mushrooms. If you take a small container and poke a few air holes in the top, put coffee grounds into the bottom of the container and a little bit of dirt, just take the mushroom and cut it in half and just bury it. They'll regrow. You can actually like grow your own store-bought mushrooms. Just get the organic ones, and they will generally regrow themselves as long as like the spores are like still sucked all the way in, like they're not fully sprouted. Coffee grounds and just a little bit of fertilizer, just a little bit of plant food basically, and coffee grounds, and you can regrow your own mushrooms. I have a margarine container with some holes poked in them. I stopped doing it in the summer though, because then they grow fruit, like fruit flies get into them, and then it's not fun. But in the winter you can regrow your own mushrooms. DF question: Is the water animation just an animation, or are things moving too? The water is moving. It's actually the reason why a lot of people attribute having large amounts of water to frame rate deficits, because these are physical objects that are moving from one end of the map to the other end of the map. If I zoom down into the water and select it, it's 7 of 7. That's the amount of water that can fill a tile. So it goes from 1 water, which is like ankle deep, all the way up to 7, which is 2 meters deep, which is approximately 2 meters deep, which is 1 sea level. So this is basically a wall of moving water. Currents are a little weird, but if there is less than 7, they'll start pulling objects with them. So sometimes you'll actually see like these objects like move, like if water evaporates slightly, if it gets hotter, then something can go thunk like that. Is that cheating? It sounds like infinite food. Have you never heard of gardening? Also, you do know that mushrooms grow from spores and not from seeds, right? And do I have to go to my fridge and grab like a mushroom that I bought at the grocery store a couple days ago and explain to you how mushrooms work? This is a basic bitch organic mushroom I bought from the grocery store. You see that? That is the stem of the mushroom. Underneath this is like the armor of the mushroom, and it's still alive and still growing. They don't stop growing when you pick them. They stop growing when you eat them. As they age, this will open up, assuming it doesn't dry out, and then inside of this is what's called gills, and the gills release spores, and that's what grows more mushrooms. So if you can keep it moist so it doesn't dry out, and it expands and opens up its lips here, it loses flavor, so you want to actually cook them before they open up and their spores are visible. But when the gills are visible, they will release spores and it will regrow itself. So you can literally just fucking plant this, and as long as you keep it moist, it will regrow and grow more mushrooms, because that's how mushrooms work. They don't have seeds. Back in a sec. Yeah, don't tell Banana how potatoes are planted. we'll ruin this. You love eating them straight from the container. It's actually not very good for you to eat raw mushrooms, but dried, it's dried, so it's dead. You need fresh. You're eating the dick of fungus. I have no words, Diamond. Industrial agriculture equals magic? Yes. What's really cool about mushrooms, you can't wait until your balcony is all planted up. Fuck yeah, and then your balcony can look like mine. Which, the pet pictures room on my Discord is actually just where I post all pictures of my plants. But my balcony currently looks like this. Well, this is half of it. There's another half of it, but this is the pretty half. These are both onions, and these are all empty right now. I don't know what I'm going to put in those. And I have a bunch more pots, which are going to go all the way along here, which are ordered, which haven't shown up yet. Some mighty fine dick. Well, geez. I'm going to name all my mushrooms Dick from now on. That's Dick. That's Dick 1. That's Dick 2. That's Dick 3. That's Dick Richards. That's Dick Williams. That's all of my mushrooms are named Richards. Why? I don't know. Dick Chainer, Dick Nixon, Dick Cheney. So this has nothing to do with anything, but while we're talking about stupid names, the organizer of the Olympics' name is Dick Pound. Like the chief head of the Olympics is named Dick Pound, and the chief the chief operating officer of the Aston Martin F1 team's name is Mike Crack. That's all I have to say. His name is Mike Crack. Yeah, you learned of the existence of a dude named Mike Crack. Dick Pound sounds like a special move, and to use a measurement. Yeah, it's like either a WWE special movement or like something else. There's a guy out there named Dick Pound Butts. Dick Pound and Mike Crack. I'm also pretty sure that Dick Pound is like 70. Hold on. This is a bad Google search, isn't it? Dick Pound, yes. Richard William Duncan Pound, better known as Dick Pound, is a Canadian swimming champion, lawyer, and spokesperson for the ethics of sport, and was the first president of the World Anti-Doping Agency and the vice president of the International Olympic Committee. He's 80 years old. Richard William Duncan Pound is his name. Dick Pound. This dude. Which means he probably hasn't changed his name because he probably doesn't know. Or it, like, the thought hasn't occurred to him. But it's really funny when you hear the Formula One commentators say Mike Crack with, like, because they always slow down whenever they say it. They're just like, yes, and Mike Crack is doing this with them. Is a Mike Crack. Dick Pound, yes, Officer Sergeant Dick Pound is coming to beat up Pansy McGuffin. Golly gee, Batman. It's like a parody cop in like a Batman movie. Maybe a Batman porn parody. Anyway, how did we get here? Hi, chat room. How are you? I'm blind and I'm your streamer today. We're playing Dwarf Fortress, allegedly, and I'm throwing a lot of goblin bodies into that room. While my military continues to train, and I hope I get another migrant wave soon. Where bad Richards get sent, yes. Dick Pound and Cave Johnson are best friends. Someone really hated their kid? I don't know. His name's Richard William Duncan Pound. It's the nickname for somebody's chastity belt. This is either the best stream I've done in months or the worst stream I've done in months. Chat, can you review this stream on a scale from 1 to Mike Crack? Because on that scale, I'd give it a 2. We're all laughing at him, but deep down we know that he gets more action than the whole chat combined. I mean, he was an Olympic swimmer, Dick Pound, so naturally. Olympic swimmers are like illegally perfect people. So, you know. 50? Thanks, man. I mean, actually, Pablo Rosta, I would have said, about 350. I hate that sentence. Thanks, Banana. All right, so we got the outer wall on this done. So what I think we're going to do is I'm going to kill this tree real quick. And then we are going to go around the edge of this and... or actually, I'm going to need to kill this tree and then immediately put a floor tile on top of it. But we're going to knock down that tree. We're going to fill in the edges of this with wood, and then we're going to build a tower in the center of this. Rating mechanism broken, result is null. Well, that's unfortunate. That's going to be our tower. And we're going to build a tower in the middle of this. Middle-ish. All you're hearing is dick jokes near... Well, I'm glad that I still even after this discussion, chat, I still am very proud of the fact that we are a relatively mature community that can have deep philosophical discussions next to dick jokes and not bat an eye. Although if anybody has an extra eye, I could use one. Boobies? I have a command for that. And Banana Unlimited, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers, dude. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Banana Unlimited? Begifting a lot of people. These jokes have gone too deep. Are you trying to keep up? Fuck. What's the lyric of that song? 'Cause I'm in too deep and I keep up in my head instead of going under. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep. Now let's not be rude, Hambloco. Come on. Please, be polite. If anybody feels bullied by this conversation, please say so that we can change subjects without offending people unnecessarily. I only intentionally offend people instead of unintentionally offend people. If I want to offend somebody, I'll offend you, damn it. Why are you impressed I got that one? That was like #1 song for like a minute when I was 12, so of course I remember it. Because your brain only remembers useless illogical information instead of useful logical information. Or at least that's what my brain does. I can't speak for yours, I suppose. Fuck you for being considerate. Damn straight, son! But yeah, this is the kind of stream quality you get when streamer actually take days off. No, less of the like somber, depressed, bored, tired, I want a weekend streamer. Which is, I mean, I'm still bored, somber, and depressed. I'm just better at hiding it because I have a week to mentally prep. The depression hasn't gone anywhere. That's all THC. That. Tower beginneth. Let's knock that out, because that'll be our door. Please don't call me Big Richard, because that's not accurate in any way. I mean, what? I compensate for my problems with comedy. That's all I really have. I don't see anything because there's nothing there. Orange. Alright, so now they're gonna pop up the walls and build our tower. So what you're saying is everybody's just hanging out, and then Orange is sitting in the corner driving down the road, blasting, like... It's a piece of cake to bake a pretty cake. That's just Orange going down the street real loud. And all the other trucks are blasting convoy! Rap music. You know, honestly, out of all of the genres that I know a lot about, trap music is one of the ones that I'm like, You know what you should actually be blasting? You should just drive down the road listening to that one song by Ailstorm and just screaming, fuck you with a fucking anchor, we're gonna punch you right in the balls. Fuck you, you're a fucking wanker, you're all cunts, and fuck you all. That's how you feel about your coworkers, right? That's a great song. Your pirate ship can eat a bag of dicks. I need to see them again. I hope they come back. Fantastic show. You look happy. I'm actually quite depressed. The motivation to hide it today. But yeah, no, like, you should just, like, drive up the road blasting your pirate ship can eat a bag of dicks because your stupid fucking ship can eat a bag of dicks. It's true. You started a new fort, and you keep it on in the background of a new place in the first hands-off fort. You got the basics set up, and you set the cap to 300 with all of the visitors. Unfortunately, there is a siege, and keeping everyone out in... do sieges ever break? Yeah, they do, eventually. Sieges usually, I find, hang around for about a year, generally. Stone, hello! We're conversing about very strange things, such as Mike Crack and Dick Pound, which is actually like a perfect name for you because it's all names and such. I hope that you slept well. Now I have Ailstorm stuck in my head, chat. But yes, sieges will eventually break. You just kind of have to wait them out. It takes a while sometimes, though. But as far as mental state goes, I am doing better these days. I'm sorry, Orange. I hope that you can fix that at some point. Because that sounds terrible. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. Well, maybe my worst enemy. You think it's 3 seasons? I think it depends. I think it's whenever the next trader is about to show up. Because that's kind of what it feels like. What's the progenitor of... What? That's some moon logic of naming right there, Banana. It's catchy though. My statement remains the same, Orange. It's called lateral thinking. I only think vertically. Because I'm too high for this. I'm not actually high. I'm quite sober. Although, I am above by In Flames is a very good example of thinking vertically. Because I am above. I this more horizontally. I this, that, and the other. Don't need your sympathy. I am above. My God, I don't need you. I'll wait for you. My God. There's two bands I really, really, really hope I get to see live in the next 2 years. One for very obvious reasons and one for less obvious reasons. One is In Flames because they're awesome, which is a less obvious one. And the other one is Ginger because they're in Kiev and I hope they're alive. Last I checked, they were. Ginger's fantastic. You're very high right now? Well, that's fine. I won't tell anybody. You can do what you want. I chucked $50 into that the other day. That's what I'm going to do. $50 out of the Patreon money I make goes into that a month. What's it called? Project Hope fundraiser that we're doing through Tiltify has no end date, and no, the goals don't matter. It's just going to be there until it doesn't need to be there anymore. Project Hope is primarily helping, like, civilians on the ground get out of the country or get food. They have lots of information on the website as to what they're actively doing. How's our and drink supplies doing? Good. Good, good. I'm going to move my military over here, I think. Is it possible to build out stairs vertically like floors without a structure underneath them? If there's nothing underneath them, they fall. But what do you mean by vertically? Because that's kind of what I'm doing right now. If nothing is supporting it, it caves in. That's how the cave-in mechanic works in this game. It's very simple. There was a very brief period of time where the game had structural integrity, but everybody's forts fell over and caverns caved in, and nobody liked it, so they removed it. And it's something that may or may not come back to the game at some point. So there really isn't any, like, structural integrity that you actually need to worry about. You can just kind of chill when it comes to that stuff. Also, I don't have any notifications set up for that, so if people throw money in and they want thanks, just tell me. I do check it, like, at the end of every stream, though, so I don't want to, like, shout out people if they don't want to shout it out. I also shout out to my mom and dad who threw $250 into that. I've probably thrown close to that at this point. Unless you're in Russia, in which case, please don't break sanctions and get yourself in trouble. Just go protest quietly the best you can. Anyway, speaking of protesting quietly, how's Cutest today? It's good to see you. We are talking about funny names. Mushrooms don't grow with seeds. They grow with spores. And, I don't know. It's been a journey. How you doing today, Cutest? You build constructed stairs one at a time because otherwise some dwarf magic could build one on top of the first one, it would collapse. Yeah, if there's nothing supporting it, it just goes thunk. What's the funny name? I mean, we were discussing Mike Crack, the I don't even want to say that. we were discussing the name Mike Crack, the guy who is the chief officer of Aston Martin F1 team. Mike Crack. It's probably my favorite dumb one. That one and Dick Pound, the old Olympic swimmer who is the anti-doping agency guy. I see. That's unfortunate. I knew a girl who when I was in high school age, whose name was Tulip. The last time I checked in with her was via Facebook, and she'd changed her name to Sarah from Tulip, or was going by her middle name, which was Sarah. And you know what? Frankly, I don't blame her. Imagine being called Tulip. Hey, Rainy. Your first fort, and you find out several days later all you have is silver. That's great. You're going the bolt trick for steel. The bolt trick? Oh, you mean like melting stuff? So this is your first fort, and you're already using material exploits. Why? Just make silver warhammers. They're fantastic. And use some traps to kill your first round of goblins and steal their armor. Why do you need steel? Everybody talks about steel like it's necessary. You don't need it. You literally don't. Just make wooden shields, which are just as effective as any other shield, and make silver warhammers. Silver warhammers are one of the most effective weapons in the game. Or silver maces, slightly less effective, but cooler sounding. Why is it possible to have no armor in a metal embark? Because it doesn't matter. Just, the fun of Dwarf Fortress is making the most of what you get, right? At least you have silver, which is one of the most effective weapons in the game. No, it doesn't matter. Like quite literally, every embark has the best material in the game, which is adamantine if you're willing to go deep enough. And outside of that, just build what's available. Like, scavenging and scrounging for materials is some of the most fun you'll have in Dwarf Fortress. Right? Everybody talks about how they need this or they need that, and then they use exploits to do this and overcomplicate things and then wonder why their frame rate sucks and wonder why things fall apart. It's like, stop it. Just make the most of it. Scavenging, scrounging, and making the best of minimal materials is Dwarf Fortress. Maybe you have to kill half dozen goblins and steal their iron and copper armor, but go nuts. Person sends me an email that looked shady and I didn't respond to it, and they send me an equally shady email asking if I'm interested in initial shady email. And then after taking 10 seconds to research, it's like, why would I pay you a whole lot of money to put my stream on ads in a video game? Yeah, no thanks. Go away. Christ, people. If you can't, like, send a, like, professional-looking email, don't try and get money out of people. Pro tip. I don't generally ask people what their last name is, so who knows? Banana. Lost around 40 dwarves to a were creature because I didn't have an equipped or trained army. Did you have a door? The best way to stop a were creature is a door. So, like, if I have a were creature attack, I will tell all of my dwarves to hide in this room and lock the doors because they can't knock down doors. You just need to avoid them until the full moon goes away. Were creatures are extremely easy to completely nullify. Just lock the door. Tell all the dwarves to hide inside a bedroom and lock the door. I mean, there's people with the last name Wario, so if someone can have the last name Wario. I mean, if someone can name himself Bacon Cheeseburger, that was in the news a number of years ago. There was a man who legally changed his name to Bacon, first name, Cheeseburger, last name. Wario is in like the opposite of Mario. Wario, you know, like Wario and Waluigi. Wario is a last name. Nope, they are not building destroyers. They're also not trap avoid. So, were creatures are extremely easy to completely nullify. Which is why one of the first things I build is a door. In fact, I have a were creature in this fort because I screwed up and accidentally let him get bit, but we have this dwarf down here who is a were creature. Who's a bit embarrassed and dejected, but... Actually, let's make a mason shop out of nice. Actually, no, let's make a crafts dwarf shop out of nice. I'll make some rock pots. And brew some drinks. And that dwarf is you. This is true. But the best way to avoid were creatures in early game, dig a spot, put a door on it. So like dig out like a little meeting room, maybe 1 Z level down. Put a door on it, or build a little structure and put a front door on it. Lock the door, or so that you can lock the door with a burrow, and pasture your yak and your horse or whatever pulled your wagon just outside. Of course, this isn't like really applicable to haunted biomes or super dangerous biomes, but in a calm biome, pasture your animals just outside, and then if a were creature shows up, they pass to whatever the nearest creature is. So if you tell all of your dwarves to hide underground and lock the door, it'll just go after your horse or your yak and will completely ignore your dwarves. So that's my pro tip on how to avoid were creatures early on. They're like a non-concern once you know that. From iron into steel equipment, next stage is probably a breeze. Yep. And instead of worrying about, unless like you're super concerned with min-maxing, instead of worrying about what materials you get, set up some traps so that you can nullify the first goblin invasion and use whatever materials you get from there. Like this embark has no iron, so I have no steel on this embark. We have copper and we have silver. So I can make copper armor, but copper is deeper down and I haven't bothered to go get much of it. All of the armor we have is from goblins. It's mostly iron, and we're only using silver warhammers because all I have is lead and silver up at the surface. But horse burgers though. Protagonist from the first Mother Earthbound, in Nintin, the Poke, and in Pokemon Red and Blue, the initial names pitched for the protagonist rivals were Nintin and Sony. Imagine if the protagonist was named Sony. Instead, they just named him Red. You don't like cheesing the sieges unless you really have to? Wait, hold on. So building stonefall traps is cheesing now? What? That's weird. And then, like, if you're like real short on materials, if you have a volcano, you could make obsidian swords, which are like slightly better than wooden swords, but like really bad in general. Like you do not need to worry about duping metal or using this method. Well, then why do you need weapons? If you haven't been sieged, why do you need weapons? Who cares then? And if you're just fighting cave creatures and forgotten beasts, silver is more than effective. The only material of forgotten beast that silver would be bad at, like silver swords and silver axes can kill anything except for a diamond or like a gem creature, or a crystal glass creature you'd have a hard time, or a metal creature you'd have a hard time. But if you're actually if you actually get a forgotten beast that's made out of a material like that, and you're able to kill it, I'll be impressed to begin with. So your best bet, if you find a creature like that, you run away. Like, see, here's the thing about Dwarf Fortress, right? Dwarf Fortress isn't RimWorld. It's not XCOM. You don't need to have perfect materials for every dwarf. And if you're worried about that, you're playing the wrong video game. You'll do just fine with wooden shields, bronze swords, and leather helmets. You'll do just fine. Make do with what you got. Skill of the dwarf is more important than what they're actually using as a weapon. One of my most successful squads ever in Dwarf Fortress was wrestlers using leather armor and wooden shields on the surface. 2 shields each. Bang, 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 bang. Nobody took any damage, and they just, like, beat people to death with beat sticks, basically. It was literally like my dwarves ran into the goblins with fucking riot shields and jumped up and down until they were all flat. Like, you can get by. Don't worry about it too much. Oh, also Kia Skull helmets. Let's go. Goblinite pancakes. Absolutely. Like, it... Material, like, yes, you can maniacally min-max and worry about materials super heavily. You can. But you don't need to. You really, really don't need to. But, like, if that way of playing the game is fun for you, play the game in a way that is enjoyable to you. But if you're going, I can't believe that I don't have this material, it doesn't matter. Just realize that. You're making the game harder for yourself. But if that is something you care about, then, and you get enjoyment out of that, then don't listen to anything I'm saying. But just know that you don't need to do that if you don't want to. Well, I'm happy with the Dwarf Fortress subreddit. Mr. Battery said, "Hello, I'm new," with some basic questions about Dwarf Fortress, and I responded with the natural response, and then Life of Brian gave me the other proper response. They should have said, "Hello, Blind, I'm Dad," but, you know, shout out to Life of Brian B. Who I think hangs out in this chat sometimes. Not entirely certain what their Twitch name is, but... don't really need to min-max your legendary dwarves, but you like steel armor on your dwarves. Just know that armor is more about the skill of the armor user and less about the material of the armor. Like, leather armor is almost as effective as anything else. So just realize that, like, if you're really mad because you're on your 4th embark and you still don't have, like, iron and a proper fluxstone layer close to the surface, just realize that Dwarf Fortress is not a game that benefits you heavily by min-maxing. Like, you can, but it's not necessary. So if you're losing enjoyment from the game because you are maniacally min-maxing everything, the only person that you're making life difficult for is yourself. Yeah, like, the skill of this, like, an unarmed legendary elite wrestler is better than a fully kitted out, unskilled swords dwarf with an adamantine sword. Well, you can make pig iron out of ore, too. So it doesn't actually matter. Can't I just trade goods you want to get alternate things just as good? If my army is novice with steel equipment against a good forgotten beast, they're gonna die. You know, absolutely. I mean, skilled dwarves is more important than gear. Like, I have a squad over here. I don't even know what any of them are using. I mean, copper mail shirt, copper cap. Okay, they probably got those off goblins. Silver warhammer. Copper. Yeah, they're like all copper. Like, I don't have any armor that I've made in this fort myself, really. All of this is just from the goblins. Copper shield. Copper cap. Iron spear, copper shield. Like, as long as they have a shield and a weapon, like, they're good. As far as I'm concerned. The dwarves will figure it out. They're smart enough. Kill the elephant for food, melt the cage for sword. Yeah, that too. Meanwhile, Vile Dank of Forceness has arrived. The streamer's going to do something real quick, and then we will fight this. I will be back. 2 seconds. Who's Cliff, and why are we noting it at 11? The Vile Force of Darkness has arrived. So, my old friend, current friend, new friend, best friend. Let's lock those indoors. Lock this. So the beauty of this is we get to do not one, but 2 things with this. We're locking the dwarves inside. And I'm going to fly down here. Oops, down, not up. I'm going to fly down here. And I'm going to pull this lever. Now, this lever is going to open this. It's also going to let a Forgotten Beast out. So we're doing double duty. They're going to deal with that and a Forgotten Beast for us. So this dwarf needs to turn around. Stat. So we're also going to jump back up here, and we're going to pull this lever, which is going to lock our front door. So we are opening one door, locking another door, and letting out a Forgotten Beast. So let's just hope that nobody gets launched by this drawbridge or squished. Nobody got launched or squished. Excellent so far. Perfect. Sorry to all the dwarves that got locked outside with the goblins. You guys get to run the gauntlet now. Missed especially. Ooh, that's not good. Where are them goblins at? Ooh, there's a lot of them. They do be running down the hill when she comes. There's a lot of them, jeez. Okay, run dwarves, the goblins are coming. They're pretty far away though, so hopefully... Worried about this dwarf. Let's reset their pathing. Seems to have done it. Now, where is the beast? Very low down currently. So the Forgotten Beast is a three-eyed coyote with a broad shell, and it appears to be emaciated. Its talpair is shortened. Even beware its poisonous bite. It's a lot of ostrich. I don't know about any gladiator amphitheater, but what I do know is that we've opened the gate, and so the Forgotten Beast now has a way into the fortress. So we've got a lot of things that we get to watch now. Make sure that door's shut. Yes. Okay. So, start your engines. All right. There goes Melville. There goes Lytast. Get into the fort, dwarves. Get into the fort. And just gonna double check something real quick. Yes. Okay, cool. So we are all set up. We are ready to drop the Splatdom #1 onto the beds. Let's just double check to make sure it's good all the way around the edges. It absolutely is. Cool. Fantastic. There goes Datan. There goes Mist. All the dwarves are running into the fort. Forgotten Beast has not come out yet. Hopefully the Forgotten Beast goes for the baddies and not me. Because there is a world where it goes for me. And that's a problem. I don't want to live in that world. So chat, do you guys think that the Forgotten Beast is going to take the bait? Has to kill that Crundle first, obviously. It is in the lower caverns still, so maybe it doesn't. I'm glad that you're happy about that, Star Legend, John. Star Legend. All right. Goblins are coming. Giggity. We wait here. Preemptive F for the goblins, I would say. There's odds, and then there's RNG. Yes. Well, I don't think this is odds. I think it's whatever happens to path closest. Where is our coyote relative to my stairs? Pretty close, actually. It's too far down to be on the same level. Also have a bunch of peasants that I should check if they'd work in the military. Yep. Generally, if they dream of mastering a skill, they'll be fine. Press F for the green G's. What about the gray G's? Not all goblins are green. Oh, Forgotten Beast. Hey. Okay, so now we get to see Forgotten Beast versus goblins. And it dives in the water for some reason. I guess it needed a shower. It was so covered in blood. This is actually a really good visualization of the water flowing. The more meats and body space a creature has, the more leather it has. So yes, it is based on body size. Needed shower before another bloodbath? Yeah. Needed a bath before its bloodbath. Why do they always jump in the water? I don't fully understand that. All right, Forgotti Beast. Beast, you were great, but I almost forgot you. Oh, I see. It's stalking its prey, naturally. Goblins haven't seen it yet, I guess. Oh, there goes one. Oh, sweet. It's dealing with the trolls for me. How nice. Right, so, the Forgotten Beast kicks the troll in the head with its front paw, and the injured part collapses. Well, that's good. Let's go, Beastie. Clap, 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 clap. Dives on a bunch of them, and they seem to just be stabbing the ever-living shit out of it. What if it wanted to fat dip instead of skinny dip? Come on, man. Well, it's pulling some into the water. That's pretty good. It's still alive. Damn, actually. Forgotten Beast is, got some carnage. Because it only needs to bite one thing. Like, the Forgotten Beast shakes the Goblin Crossbowman around by the head and the skull collapses. It's like biting him and shaking him. The Goblin Swordsman slashes the Forgotten Beast and left rear paw with his copper spear, tearing the muscle. The Force twists the rear leg. The Forgotten Beast strikes the Goblin Maceman, but the shot is blocked. The Forgotten Beast bites the Crossbowman in the right foot, tearing apart the muscle, and many nerves have been severed. This Goblin Spearman stabs the Forgotten Beast in the paw with his silver spear, tearing the muscle. I'm glad we didn't fight with this guy, damn. Goblins are doing lots of damage. They got it on the ground. They're piling on it. I think that's probably the end of the dead for the Forgotten Beast. Yeah, now they're just hacking at it, mostly in the feet. What's the beast? It's a three-eyed coyote with a shell and a poisonous bite. Wow, that is a lot of blood. Forgotten Beast is dead. Goblins killed it. So now we just need to... It was a lovely delay, though. How do the goblins look? Sure, I can take a peek. Look at the one at the front. His hair is extremely long. He has a broad body with almost no fat on it and a very clear voice. His nose is hooked. His red eyes are wide set. And his hair is fuchsia and his skin is mint green. And his ears are somewhat splayed out. That is Renus. Let's look at... this one over here. Her hair is extremely long. She has high cheekbones. Her nose is quite long. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave. Her hair is spruce and her skin is emerald. And her eyes are red. And this Axeman, his hair is extremely long. He has a clear voice and a somewhat narrow nose. His is hooked, and his somewhat short ears have nearly fused lobes. His eyebrows are extremely short, his red eyes are slightly close set, and his nose bridge is slightly convex. His hair is crimson, and his skin is lime. So they're all variations of green, looks like. Not very much of a gray boys. They're very much a green boys. All right, so I think I will let them go until they hit about this point, at which point I will pull the lever. And then someone can scream, "Wrong lever!" And then we'll pull the other lever, and then they'll go... So this was very successful and efficient the last time. So, hey, the Colony of Spines, a stoneworker guild has been established. Colony of Spines sounds like something from, the Company of Spines. Sounds like something from Caves of Cud. Like, you know, with a spine bush. Okay, and we wait. We wait. And why was... Oh, for a second there I thought that was one of the beak dogs was just bleeding like crazy. I was like, why is that beak dog bleeding? What? Man, I need more of them in here. Petitions available. Now's not a time. A stoneworker guild now has many members and has formed the Company of Spines, and they require a guild hall. We will accept that petition and do it after the fighting. There is a, or there was a DF hack plugin that added procedural, like, art pieces alongside of the visuals of DF, but it's not very heavily developed. I think that we need to wait a little long. I think I need to let some of them in. Not super thrilled about this, but... All right, well, we will fight that first squad if we have to. There is one. They're partially funded through Patreon, but I can't remember the name of it. Not super successful, though. Not a lot of people use it. There's a goblin up here. I will wait until this goblin is crushable, and then I will pull the lever. Also, summoning into the caverns. Just so spread out. There's only 144 of them, though, so I only need to kill about 60. Yeah, it's got less point now that it's going to be in the official tile set. All right, well, let's go. Pull the lever, Dwarf. And then we will kill the scragglers. This will cause enough chaos that it shouldn't be an issue. I love how it's always the captain of the guard that pulls the lever. Always. Come on, Letharticus. Do the honors! Chat, I need a round of beers for the flat. I mean, something. Well. All right. Well, got about 30 of them. And now what I can do is I can tell the dwarves to pull this lever, and I'm going to tell my squads to go stand here. What happened? What just happened? I caved in a whole Z level. So what I have is I have a support that supports one level of blocks, and that trap basically I wait until the majority of things are right here, and then I pull a lever and it caves in. Well, it was this level, so next one will be this one, and then the next one will be the one above it, and the next one will be the one above that. And I'm just going to keep going up until I run out, and then I'm going to start building a whole layer of floor tiles and caving those in. So, yeah, that's what that was. There's a cave-in. So their numbers are now significantly more fragmented and fractured, and I'm sending a squad of dwarves down to here to clean up this crew here that's now cut off from the main army, and then hope that the rest just leave. My squad is coming down right now to come fight. Got to expand it more? Yeah, it needs to be wider, but I mean, it's not bad. Now the dwarves have entered combat. They're not the most trained, so we'll see how this goes. Got some more dwarves coming in. Looks like I've already lost Atir, the spear dwarf. Rest in peace, Atir. I'm sure that they can handle the rest, though. Did the liver get pulled? I can't see. I don't think it did. Dastost and Doran have both been found dead. Looks like they've powered through the first line of defense for the gubbins. They're down to 84, which should be enough to make the rest of them leave. A lot of what's left are trolls and kobolds. The recruit has entered a martial trance. I'm so proud. How many have we lost? Just the like 4 or so? And lever's been pulled. So sorry to that last recruit that didn't make it out. And, okay, just checking how many we have. I'm going to re-station them to here. And one of my mace dwarves and one of my recruits was killed. That's fine. It's unfortunate, but it's fine. We'll pull this lever again. Hopefully I don't accidentally squish any. And they're down to 63, so they're leaving. Sweet. So I can come let my dwarves back in. Rip the door? Yeah. They did rip some doors off the handles, but I don't think any named dwarves died, which I'm okay with. Still sad, but I'm okay with. But you got it? Yeah, well, I mean, I always, so like the last fort I had in this world had the equivalent of like water cannons that were so powerful I could kill goblins with water pressure. And so I always have to like do something different. It's, how big is the siege? It was 166 total. So it was goblins, beak dogs, and trolls. Not that bad. The biggest siege I've ever had to fight was I got ambushed by elves, which were riding on undead giant ravens with steel armor because they were actually a goblin civ, and as well as a necromancer / goblin zombie siege from a necromancer tower, and that was like 220 from the necromancer tower plus another 130 from the elves. No, it's what Banana said. She didn't say anything. Banana. And boom. We actually lost about 5 dwarves total in that fight. One is pretty injured, which is Cog, whose left foot is cut open and his left foot is bruised. His right hand is cut open. His neck is torn open. Ooh. His nose is gone and his right foot is gone and his left hand is gone. Dude, I love you, Cog. You're an excellent dwarf. You've done a great job in the military, but I think it's time for you to retire and just be a fisher dwarf because I don't think you're ever going to fight again. In fact, if you make it back to the fort, I will be kind of impressed. How do you get you some of those? Undead raven mounts? I don't know. I only saw it once and it was horrifying. The only reason we survived that siege was because the goblins and that necromancer army were part of different factions and they fought with each other. Oh, I should turn off the burrows so that the dwarves will come and rescue those 2 wounded. And then Fath is also pretty wounded, who is right toe. Okay, nothing missing. That's good. His right toe on. Oh no, her first toe on her right foot is mangled beyond recognition. Oh, you big BB. And her lower arm's cut open. Okay, that's fair. But like, oh no, your toe got batted. I'm sure that dwarf will be fine. We'll stitch that one right up in a jiff. Oh no, the beak dog has found its has finally met its match. It's fighting with an ostrich. The ostrich is attacking. Well, the beak dog attacks the ostrich, but the ostrich jumps away. All right, so now in order to rebuild this, I will build this, or rather, I will build 1 tile of granite. Also, I hope you had a good time at the gym, Squirrely. Let's do that. Put that down there. And then we just need to build all of this into floors. And, oh, I killed my floor grate. Wood, great, doesn't matter. 1. We're gonna go tell these dwarves to go kill that if they can. But yeah, we're gonna rebuild it. And do it again. We'll make it bigger, better, fatter, and stronger. Let's just squish these trolls into a few pieces. Because these dwarves are all running out going, ah, troll! Another thing that we need to do is we need to jump up to the surface and go over to the long line of coffins and extend it a little bit, because unfortunately it needs to be extended. Wait, what? What's Not's first construction? Oh no, my tavern keeper was found dead. Right, yeah, this was the dwarf and that other dwarf that got stuck in the caverns with the Forgotten Beast. Yeah, they finally found Bastet and the other dwarf. Male ostriches are referred to as cocks. You have ostrich hen and ostrich cock in Dwarf Fortress. I don't know if that's accurate to real life, but it is the way Dwarf Fortress words them. Oh, we need to make more coffins. Great! More coffins. Right up. That's a bit intense. Like, it's been bad, but we don't need 100 coffins just yet. All right, let's make rutile coffins. Let's do that. And I can also pull this lever and open the front door. Also, this dwarf has been like running around oblivious for a while, and the dwarves keep giving him water, so he hasn't died yet, even though he's completely overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living. They're literally just like giving him water by dumping buckets of water on him because he's still in like the dwarf zone. Like he keeps running through the hospital and they just keep giving him water. Yeah, so in DF it's ostrich hen and ostrich cock. And the last few trolls are leaving. It's a good thing I bought some gypsum plaster. And hopefully... Actually, are you? Uh-oh, I have a mandate. 3 cages! Okay, we can get to that. Okay, cool. That's not the most convenient place to go get thread from for sewing up a wound, but... Oh, come on. I need these dwarves to kill this thing. SDK. Go get him like Donkey Kong. Kick his shit in. I'm gonna get over here. Like you over there carrying the wheelbarrow. Go slap that troll, please. The Wooz is going to kill the troll. It'll be fine. Stab, 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 stab. Man, you're a really bad combat dwarf. You know that, dwarf? Terrified while in conflict. I mean, he's literally lying on the ground, dying. And, like, you do have a silver longsword, so, like, stab him or something. There you go. It's probably like smacking it with the blunt side, just going thwap, 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 thwap. That's always my favorite thing, is when it's like, oh, they smack them with the flat side of an axe or something. It's like, what are you doing? Whack, 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 whack. I'm using this as like the least effective club on Earth. Good for you, Dwarf. Or like when you have like a super talented swords dwarf and they're holding an adamantine sword, and it's like, what are you doing? Whacking him with my shield and punching him. Dude. Is David Attenborough the Ouroboros of David Attenborough? Sir? David Attenborough, in fact? Okay. So this is how we're going to build the next round of this trap. And I'll also dig out one above, just in case. How does DF tell how malleable? You mean malleable? You mean like how like soft it is? All of that information is on the wiki. It's actually there was actually like kind of a funny question that somebody asked Tarn the last time I had him on the stream, which was, or not the last time, it was the time before, which was, if there is a magic metal, how do we tell how good a metal is based on density? And Tarn's response was, well, how do you know how good metal is in the game currently? Like, there is no listing of how dense a metal is. The only way to know is by looking at the raws. So the only way to know how powerful metal is by looking at the raws. Or wiki checking it. There is no in-game way. Are those awards? FRSB sounds like something that you'd hear. It's like, oh no, I've received a DMCA and 2 FRSB claims. That's what that sounds like. It sounds like something that I would get fined for having. But we can also dig this out, theoretically, so. We'll dig out another layer up here, and we'll use this one as a backup. So I'll actually set up 2. I'll have 1 floor layer ready to cave in, as well as 1 block layer. So if the block layer isn't effective enough, I can then drop a second one for comedy's sake on their head. So there will be 1 drop, and then in case of first drop being ineffective, we'll have a second drop to drop on them. So if the first one doesn't give them the drop, the second one sure will. Wait, what? Oh, I'm discovering all kinds of silver and things. I will never fully understand the dwarf logic of, I'm going to pick up this wheelbarrow and carry it to the stockpile where it will be used, and then put down the wheelbarrow at the stockpile, and then use the wheelbarrow to go get boulders. Like, why don't you just wheel it to the spot? Dwarf logic. Dwarf logic, dwarf logic, dwarf logic. Brilliant. Loot Crate is trying to make a comeback. On the topic of things nobody needs. And stuff that ends up in a landfill. Anybody remember Loot Crate? Also, shoutouts to us, /u goblin_peasant for the vampire that they discovered in their fortress. Almost feel like this needs a not safe for work warning, but fantastic doodle. I love. Speaking of fantastic doodles, how you doing, King? Yeah, it's like carrying a shopping cart like this to put like your groceries in. They don't have the work order to use it yet. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, there's plenty of alternatives to Loot Crate that are significantly better, but like the original like Loot Crate system was just kind of like a sad excuse to produce a bunch of plastic tat that will just end up in a landfill, so. I was never the biggest fan of Loot Crate, to be honest. I'm just gonna forbid all this so that they got more important things right now. Food and drink still good, 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 good. Get my military training again. Bought you a Loot Crate once. It included a shirt that didn't fit, a pen that had leaked during shipping, and some plastic trinkets that looked like shit. Yeah, it's... They offered me a sponsorship back in the day, and that was one of the biggest, no, lol, responses I've had in my career doing this. So we got one dwarf mining up here, and some dwarves bringing blocks here from here. This is where the blocks are. I'm going to make some masons shops down here. We're gonna get blocks going again. Yeah, actually, you know, honestly, the best thing about the pandemic, King, is that it put the nail in the coffin on all of those. Put random shit in a box, because, like, when, like, shipping and all of the, what's it called, logistics of, like, the entire planet just went kaput for, like, 4 months, it killed all of those fucking industries like that. It was wonderful. So good. And, you know, I almost considered subscribing to a record label's we ship you like 3 records from our release list once every 6 months things. Almost subscribed to one of those, and I was like, you know what, I'd rather just like pick out the thing I actually want instead of like random shit in the box. The Dollar Shave Club is, while a good idea in theory, got all of their parts from really shitty distributors and their quality went to shit pretty quick. Like, I kind of understand, like, the only, like, random shit in a box business models that I actually get and understand are the toothbrush ones and the shaving ones. Or coffee. Like, I actually just subscribed to a coffee service that ships me a bag of coffee every 2 weeks because it's from a local coffee place and they deliver it themselves. They don't use an external delivery company. Like, they send me a text when it's ready to when it's about to show up, and I have to run out to the front door and grab it. So it's like, I think that's kind of a different thing, because it's like skipping the middleman, and I think that's fine if you do it right. But bark boxes for dogs? I'm assuming, I assume that's a thing. I've never heard of that one, but yeah, there's one that's electric heads, and they'll also send you toothpaste or floss if you want that. And then there's another one that'll just send you a biodegradable toothbrush every 2 months. I almost subscribe to the biodegradable toothbrush because they're bamboo handles, and they have what's it called? Recycled threads made of charcoal and chalk for the actual like bristles. Those ones are kind of neat because they're compostable, but those are the 2 that I know of that are teeth related. Still getting Dollar Shave stuff for your facial hair isn't so tough, so it works for you. Yeah, I mean, I just go to the store and buy a pack of disposable Bic razors, but poison treats every month? I mean, what's wrong with going to the pet store? That's where a lot of those services fall apart for me. It's like, if I need that thing, it's like, yeah, I understand, like, fuck Walmart and big companies and whatnot, but, like, I'm sure you have a local pet shop that probably would need the business more than random pet stuff. But, I don't know. Maybe you don't. Maybe you live on an island that requires that. After you're out of here? Oh, you mean like LA, where you have to go a billion miles to like actually get anything? I don't know exactly where you're at. Or if you're even in the... You could like be living in Florida. I don't know. I actually haven't asked you where you're at recently, but... My ex had a bunch of random fucking services that shipped her things every month because she was into plastic tat. And clutter and collections of zero value. And what was even better was I kept receiving a lot of shit after she moved out for about a year and a half. So I had to like constantly write return to sender and put back out for dozens of like random things. To be honest, I was kind of unaware of all the crap that she got delivered every month until it was moved out. So, placing a bunch of coffins, a lot of constructing buildings, a bit. A lot of digging. No razors on your face, please. Do you have a face smooth as a baby's butt? So razors will just, like, cut your skin up. Some people are like that. My face is kind of like that, but it survives. For which thing? Smooth face or, my ex? Or Frog's face. Or LA. Which thing are you giving condolence to? Oh, LA being expensive? Every fucking city's expensive, dude. Doesn't matter where you are. Unless you live in, like, shithole McGee, like, every city's expensive. Like, living down, like, I live in the most expensive city in Canada, technically. But my rent is perfectly affordable because I live on a city where there's 3 house fires a year. I find needles on my front porch sometimes. But it's fine, you know? Like, just live on the outskirts and you're good. There's always places you can afford to live. It's just a matter of, like, being willing to not live in the nicest part of town. As long as you don't live downtown, you're fine. Like, people ask me all the time, it's like, is Vancouver affordable? It's like, no, don't live in Vancouver. Why are fires so regular? Crazy teenagers with a blowtorch was one. I don't know about the one that happened last night. The church that burned down was somebody who didn't like a person who went to that church. 2 cars caught on fire, which was alleged arson, which was allegedly the girl that was caught burning the house down. Mostly arson. Human stupidity. Negligence. The fires have not been regular until this past year. The fires are a new, like, recent thing. And my response is, Then there was a rental unit that burnt down that was just up the street from me at, like, a rental house. I think that was an insurance fraud because the house was empty. So my theory, because the house was, like, gone overnight. My theory with that one was it was insurance fraud because it was a shitty garbage house. Don't piss people off. Yeah. Please don't burn my house down. It's okay, I have fire insurance, but please don't burn my house down because it'll be a pain in the ass to get another copy of that psychedelic porn crumpets record. So if my house burns down, I will have to replace that, and I really don't want to do that because I bought that record for about $50 with shipping, and or that double record set for about 50 bucks with shipping, and they currently resell for about $600 on Discogs, so I'd rather not have to replace that. So if you could, like, not burn my house down, that'd be great. Fire foam poppers, I don't play RimWorld anymore, so that would be difficult. But I'll build my own. I think I have that researched. Cages. Wood cage 1. Oh. We have a criminal, because I didn't make a cage. That's fine. I should... You know, if I was a bad person, chat, I would make my prison on top of this floor stuff. Right here. At the far end. So that when goblins came to fight, we could just lock the door, and then they would be on top. And I should chain up some animals and use... Chat, would you guys be mad at me if I use dogs as bait? Because if I make my prison on top of the drop zone, and... or dogs on... If I chain dogs up on top of this drop zone, when the goblins show up, I could also use cats. Would that be better? Puppies only? See, like, Pablo understands me. They would path and try and kill the dogs. I'll wait until they kill the dogs. No? Well, okay. I could also put the puppies in an area where they wouldn't get caved in. So they're just very, very elaborate bait. I could put the puppies at the end here. So they'd spawn, run up and in, try and go kill the puppies, and then the floor would cave in on them. Dwarves are a chained dragon. If I had a dragon, I would gladly use the dragon as bait, sir. I unfortunately don't have a dragon. Do you have a dragon? No, all you have is dragon-shaped dildos, from my knowledge. So, instead of, like, just a dragon cock, I will actually need a dragon. So if you actually have a dragon, like on to spare, just let me know and send her over, and I'll chain her up. Cow instead. Cows need to be grazed. So I guess I could do that. I could, like, pour water or use the dirt there. Cows are too valuable? Well, that's how you make cow cheese. Not to be confused with pig cheese. You can't make cat cheese? Yes, but cats can catch vermin. Dogs can't. Cats defend my food pile. It's helpful. With your small animal traps, I just don't bother. Vermin are, like, too much of a buggy pain in the butt to really use for much. Oh, I need charcoal. You didn't embark with cats by mistake? Just don't worry about vermin. They're one of those things where it's like, oh, it's such a small amount. Like, you can produce so much food so quickly that I don't believe I've ever actually had an issue with food disappearing due to vermin. The one time I had too much vermin was a haunted biome, and the vermin that was everywhere were the creepy crawler finger things that are literally like little hand spiders that were everywhere. But they just spooked the dwarves and didn't actually, like, consume much of my food. You want to know what's shocking, chat room? Is I've been streaming for 6 hours. I'm going to do lunch now. Chat, what would you guys prefer? Would you guys prefer to have like a paused scene of the dwarves, or would you guys prefer I put on a record for like 5 minutes while I go get food? What would you guys prefer? It's up to you guys. Because I require sandwich. Both? Well, you can either have record or you can have dwarves. I don't have a screen set up right now to give you both. Record? Okay. Okay. Just let me set that up. And going to put record down. All right, ladies, lads, and gents, and friends, and brothers and sisters, and other people alike. I'm going to go get me a sandwich because I'm hungry, and I've been streaming for 6 hours. Stream is about 7 hours left in it, ish. So we got time. Dwarves will continue for another couple hours after this. I think we'll probably do another 2.5 to 3 hours of Dwarves. And then after that, we're going to start playing through Norco. I don't know if we'll finish it today because that game's supposedly about 6 to 7 hours long, and I'll probably take my time with it. So we'll probably do that one in 2 parts, I would guess, maybe 3 parts. Norco is a point-and-click adventure in the vein of a Disco Elysium.